Alright, welcome to another live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. One person will enter the Hall of Champions every single stream. We're getting started shortly. Yo, James, welcome back. We're getting started shortly. Still getting a little bit set up here. How you doing, James? Thanks for coming back, bud. This weather's been amazing. Probably cold where you are. Yeah, it's we're coming into fall right now, and man, it was crazy. A week ago, I was walking around town, walking to the lake near me in a tank top and shorts, and then last night I was walking around in a sweatshirt and a puffy jacket on. I was like, man, it's getting to that point of the year. I think I like spring the best because it's so cold in the winter here that coming into the spring, it doesn't take that much to make it feel really nice. That's right, Arkansas. You hit upper 40s. It was about the same for us. I think it was upper 40s. It was either last night or the night before. Yeah, it was about the same for us. Arkansas, huh? I have to remember where Arkansas is. I know I've been. Oh yeah, I've hitchhiked through Arkansas. At least twice. Yeah. Hey, Miss Barinator, welcome back. Did Interstate 40, I took 40, I took Interstate 40 from Tennessee to Las Vegas when I got married. I hitchhiked from Tennessee to Las Vegas with this woman. Got married to her, and then we hitchhiked back, and we took Interstate 40. Yeah. Yo, what up, Felix? What's up, Ronnie? On your way home, you'll be active soon. Awesome, we're about to get started. Future Miss Barinator, what happened to possible future? Did he propose over dinner? He's taking a shower. He's a very long day. There. You married? I mean, legally, yes, but I left my wife, about 9 months ago, so that way I could achieve my dreams. That marriage was perfect, to be honest. Well, I mean, I say perfect in the sense of we had an awesome start. We met on the Appalachian Trail and we hitchhiked from Tennessee to Las Vegas to get married. We had an awesome start. We were together for like 2.5 years. We lived in a few different countries together, and then we had the end of our marriage was pretty awesome as well. And then I left her about 9 months ago because we wanted the same thing in the long run, but we didn't want the same thing for the next 20 years. Or I guess we didn't want to take the same path to get what we wanted, which was the same. And it's actually the hardest. I think it was probably the hardest decision. One of the hardest decisions I ever had to make, because it's so hard to walk away from somebody saying I love you. It's a lot easier to walk away from somebody saying F you. You know, and yeah, it's heartbreaking for both of us in a sense, because like we could have stayed together, and I made the decision that it'd be better for both of us if we didn't, and she eventually said thank you for setting us both free, so it was cool. We're trying to meet in the middle, and it like I could have made it work. We could have made it work. But I don't think either of us, like, we had a good relationship, we had a good friendship, we had a good marriage, we had a good life, but I want a great marriage, I want a great life, and like I'm just not settling for good. And I feel like 10 years from now I would have regretted it. So on paper, I'm married, but can't quite sign the paperwork while she's still in Mexico. So, future Miss Barinator. I don't know what I would do if he leaves me. I know what we would have to do to you. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You might not even know what that means. I'm so sorry. I'm just joking. You really don't know. Barinator is awesome. Barinator is a fan favorite. Divorce costs more than marriage. I know firsthand. Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy expensive, man. It cost us like $200 to get married, but divorce is going to be added zero to that. All right, guys, I'm so sorry. I've been distracted. Yeah, we got married in Vegas. We just filled out the paperwork, and we were there, and 3 days later, we filled out the paperwork online. We actually flipped a coin to decide to get married. Bear is great. I agree, James. Bear is an awesome fella. The baby you had for 5 years wasn't mine. Bronny, I'm so sorry, dude. Wow. To that person. Dang, Bronny. Yeah, that's a tough one. Barinator got married. Long story. Oh yeah. Sorry, I thought you were saying long story to Barinator. No, Barinator did not get married yet, but future Miss Barinator is somebody you probably could guess who it is. Well, I'm glad Barinator looks forward to the stream. I'm glad you guys have a healthy relationship. Yeah, Bronny, I'm sorry, man. That's a hard situation. God, the emotional I can't even imagine the emotional turmoil from that. You got to invite all of us to the wedding. I am an ordained minister. I actually held my first wedding. I've done it twice now, but my first one in front of a big crowd was like a couple months ago. I did it in front of 160 people for my one of my best friends and his wife now. I married them in front of all of our friends and their family, and it was pretty cool. I was the minister or ordained pastor, clergy, whatever the heck it's called. Shannon live stream it. Yeah. I should. Oh my God. Yeah. I'll marry you guys for free. I'll fly out there. I'll marry you guys for free on the condition you let me live stream it. Maybe we'll play I'll even host some games and oh my God. Was that nerve-wracking? It wasn't nerve-wracking until they asked, how do I feel doing it in front of 200 people? And then I was like, 200? I thought you guys knew like 20 people. Blurting I do's. Dang, Bronny, that's rough, dude. Get shredded as the priest. I've done 2 weddings. One was in front of 3 people, and one was in front of 162 people. All right, guys, we are like 9 minutes in. There's not a point on the scoreboard. We should get started. Yeah, Bronny, I'm also sorry to hear that, dude. That's got to be rough, man. Kids always make everything a lot more emotional, especially in a situation like that. I think one of the hardest things about leaving my ex-wife wasn't just leaving her, but it was leaving her family, especially because I had a niece and a nephew that I was very, very close with, and it was pretty heartbreaking to separate from those kids. You know, we had bonded a lot over the few years that we were married, and so yeah, kids always make that emotional. Turned out great either way. Bittersweet experience. Yeah, that's how I feel about my marriage as well. Well, yeah. I'm glad it turned out for you, Bronny. Turned out good. Yo, what's up, Barinator? We heard you proposed over ramen. All right, guys, we're going to move on to the game. We are 10 minutes in, and we have not done a single point. I'm so sorry. What's up, Sasso? Welcome back. Welcome back. I agree, James. You did what? Was I not supposed to tell the news? Yeah, Miss. Yeah, that's why it was possible future Miss Barinator. Now it's future Miss Barinator. Congratulations, Barinator. It's awesome that you're going to be married soon. Congratulations. I hope in your marriage you guys are prosperous, loving, and you get to pick out the next couch. It's going to be a fun one. Moving on to Tribon, the first person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. And of course we have Connect 4 as well. Mad Gab on the stage. Yeah, Mad Gab your vowels. That would be funny. Softer couch. Love wins. The couch wins too. The couch ties. All right, guys, moving on to Tribon. We're like 11 and a half minutes in and not a point has been given out. I just love the community so much. After this stream, though, I'll definitely be hanging out at the end. It's the last stream of the night, and I love to hang out and talk to you guys. So with that in mind, I'll definitely hang out for a bit at the end, and we're going to move on to the games. All right, moving on to Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Kelp, gulfweed, rockweed. Ah, Bronny, man, it's just part of life. You know, it's just part of life. Seaweed is correct. That is a point for Bronny. Bronny, please pick your column. Bronny, welcome to the scoreboard. You are number 1 on the scoreboard today. Ah, crud. Yeah, here it is. Bronny, you're number 1. As a former champion, you're entered in as red. All right, going 5. Yeah, thanks for feeling comfortable. Yeah, we have a great community we're building here, and I love it. Moving on, we have to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me these three things have in common. I'll go to points on the scoreboard. Computer, potato, poker. I'm glad you've had time to heal, Bronny. Chip is correct. Point for Sasso. Sasso, pick your column. Sasso, welcome to the scoreboard. And as a former champion, you are entered in as red. You are number 2. Number 2 on the scoreboard. Sasso's picking 1. You are number 2. I love how Mariners. Okay. Oh my God. All right. Free texting service. Don't even need to pay your phone bill. Just come in here and text your partner through the game show to grab you a bag of chips. It's a loophole now. Brian, I just want to say I'm glad you've had time to heal. Yours are not. I'm sure not only separating but also potentially losing the kid as well could, very emotional. So sorry, brother. Moving on to another round of Tribon. The first person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have hydrogen, ether, ozone. I don't know if it was ether or ether, but then I'm realizing now one's an internet cable. Hydrogen, ether, ozone. Gas is correct. Point for Bronny. Bronny, go ahead and pick your column. You are number 1. As sand in the hourglass, so are the days of our lives. It's true. Oh yeah, what column did you pick? 6? Moving on to another round of Tribon. Oh, I saw something cool. You can like put loved ones' ashes in an hourglass so they can still be there for game night and stuff. You can use the ashes of your loved one for an hourglass. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have an hourglass. Yeah, I'll show you what it is. They all have. It's an hourglass is an instrument to kind of like a stopwatch. Dude, I have like 4 of them, and I don't know where a single one is right now. This haven't been. Here we go. This is an hourglass, right? So they're filled with sand, and depending on how much sand you put in there, I think this one's a minute. So when I turn it over, the sand is gonna go here, go down, and once all this sand is down here, you know a minute has passed. It's a inexpensive way to add a timer to like a card game or a board game. It's used for other things too, but I don't know what they are. All right, operator, welcome back. Yeah, the original timer. So I think Sundial might be the original, but are the ashes heavy enough for an hourglass? Hey, I have no clue if it was a real thing. I read it in a meme. The rest of the meme was pretty actually inappropriate, so I can't repeat it, and I didn't realize that until after I started. It's a cool concept, and you actually make a really good point. I actually don't know if it could legitimately be done, but I'll try someday. Moving on to another round of Tribond. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Hey, operator, we have a few different card games, but we also now have an opportunity for a bonus point. When you get a point on the scoreboard, I write a name associated with your, or a number associated with your name, and I drop that. Every time you get a point, you tell me what column, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I drop your chip into the Connect 4 board, and if you get the first person to get 4 in a row, vertically, horizontally, or diagonally, gets a bonus point on the scoreboard, then we reset it. So it's just a little bonus game. We're going to move on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common. I'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have a spray paint can, a baseball player, a soda bottle. Hey, Just for Fun Fishing and Just for Fun Fishing Mom, welcome, welcome. Hey, Mode Junai, welcome to the live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. That's one of those sand timers, right? Yeah, this is what I was talking about the sand timer. They have caps was the correct answer. That's a point for Just for Fun Fishing. Welcome back. Welcome back. You're multitasking. This is harder than I thought. Yeah. I was on Just for Fun Fishing stream the other day. Actually ran into Barinator there, which was cool. Which, by the way, Just for Fun Fishing, welcome to the scoreboard. Please pick a column. And it was so hard for me to just even read all the comments just from your guys' perspective. I'm liking this side much better. Although I do all of this and read the comments now that I think about it. Hey, Just for Fun Fishing. So how this works is every time you earn a point now, you have the opportunity to earn for a mini game. Every time you earn a point, I will add a chip associated with a number that's associated with you. So you're the third. Sorry, we just added this today, so I'm still figuring out how to word it. Obligatory, as a former champ, you are entered in as red. Every time you earn a point, you're the third person on the scoreboard. So there's a chip that says the number 3 on it. That represents you. So since you earned the point, pick a column 1 through 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Every time you earn a point, you get a chip. If you get, this is Connect 4. If you get 4 in a row vertically, 4 in a row horizontally, or 4 in a row diagonally, you get a bonus point, and then we reset it. So you'll go 7. Awesome. And you are number You're the third person on, so you're number 3. Continuing on. To another round of Tribon. Fun new concept. Glad you guys like it. We have a lot of other things like this going to be happening very shortly. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person tell me what these 3 things have in common. I'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have yield, speed limit, exit. Yield, speed limit, exit. Sign is correct. That is a point for Bronny. Bronny, go ahead and please pick your column. Bronny, you're number 1. Bronny's going to go column 4. Awesome. Continuing on to another round of Tribon. The first person to tell me what these 3 things have in common. I'll get a point on the scoreboard and may play a token onto the Connect 4 board. I, drinking, magnifying. Dang, Bronny, I'm so good. Damn. Oh, sorry, excuse my language. I'm so glad you corrected that, dude. I was like, that was out of nowhere. Wow, what was that? Fair, fun, friendly. Yeah, well, I was like, what is that, dude? Like, that's an unlucky typo, I would say so. I was like, especially like, he's not even fat, dude. Like, I've seen his stream. What? That was. Sorry, guys. That really threw me off. That was the that was the only comment I even read when I looked over there. I'm like, what did I miss? I'm so glad that was a typo. Oh my god. Yeah, fair, fun, friendly. We like to keep this environment fair, fun, friendly. I forget we're playing a game sometimes. Sorry, just for fun fishing. Oh yeah, just for fun fishing's pretty fast at this game, guys. He's pretty fast. All right. Sign was the correct answer. Bronny. Wait a minute. Guys, I'm sorry. That was so funny. I have no clue what actually the last one I said was. Did I say... did I give the point yet for yield, speed limit, exit? Or did we do... Was that the last round that we did? Oh, I guess I can go back and check. Hold on. No, it was glass. Bronny, you already got the point for signs. My bad. So I'm giving the point for glass. Types of glasses was correct. I already gave you the point for signs. My bad. That just really threw me off. Oh, Bronny, you got it anyway. Okay, you got glass first as well. All right, Bronny, do you still want... I'm going to have you... You probably still want 3. Types of what? Glasses. So eyeglasses, drinking and magnifying. Eyeglasses, drinking glasses, magnifying glass. No point for glass. Right, I'm going to give you your point. Do you, please pick your column. We'll just start. There we go. And as number 1. Remember, he used to play sports. Yeah, I gave the point out for signs, but then I forgot to give the point out for glasses. Oh, you did 3. Sorry. Sorry, that really threw me off. It was just out of really left field, too, because everybody here has been so respectful. So out of all of a sudden to see a comment like that, I was like, bro, thank God that was a typo. All right, I'll move on. Sorry, guys. That really threw me off my game. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. All right, before I move on, if you guys like fishing, Just for Fun Fishing has some really cool streams, and he makes the coolest poles. Guys, I'm actually like still flabbergasted. Check out it. He's got a video on how you can make these like neon poles that like glow in the dark with a black light. They are really cool. Check them out. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common. I'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have Heather, Azalea, Tulip. Heather, Azalea, Tulip. First person to tell me what they have in common. Flower is correct. Point for Just for Fun Fishing. Just for Fun Fishing, mom, wife, you were a close second. Just for Fun Fishing, please pick your column. You are number 3. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, well, yeah, still pick your column, but I'm realizing that, Bronny, you actually got, I didn't even see it, but you got a bonus point. I didn't even catch it. My bad. That's okay. This just, many points can be handed out. All right, Just for Fun Fishing, you're saying 7. You're number 3. All right, continuing on to another round of Tribon. The first person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Yes, Felix, he did. He did. It took me a second to catch it. Thank you, though, because I do like to reset that immediately. So, moving on. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Latex, elastomer, vulcanite. That was a good catch, Felix. Appreciate it. Plastic's close. Rubber is correct. Ooh, that is a... Oh, Sasso, you got it. Sasso, please choose your column. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common. I'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have the kneecap, the sacrum, the ulna. That might be sacrum. It's not joint. The kneecap, the sacrum, the ulna. Bone is correct. Point for Just for Fun Fishing. Just for Fun Fishing, mom, wife, Jeff, mom, you were a close second. Just for Fun Fishing, please pick your column. Right there. 7. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have... We're just gonna try it. Marco Polo, Christopher Columbus, Henry Hudson. It's okay. We're gonna finish this card and we're gonna switch it up to probably Family Feud because I like that a lot of points can be handed out. I'm looking for more games like that, by the way, where a round can hand out multiple points. I guess Blurt does that too. Explorer is the correct. Yeah, Explorer is correct. Who said it first? That would be Future Miss Baronator. Future Miss Baronator, welcome to the scoreboard. Please can choose your column. You are number 4 on the scoreboard. You're just entering as Miss Baronator. Miss 5. Perfect. You were number 4. We got a 4. We got a 4. Right there. All right. Continuing on. Moving on to another round of Tribon. We're going to finish this card. We're going to switch it up a little bit. First person to... Oh, I knew I was forgetting something. Miss Baronator, you're currently in the lead for entering the Hall of Champions. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me that these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Icebergs, buoys, life preservers. Icebergs, buoys. I knew the word. It's not my first time reading it. I've said it so many times. Icebergs, buoys, life preservers. Sorry, guys. All right. Float is the correct answer. That is a point for Sasso. Sasso, go ahead and pick your column. Sasso, you are number 2. 1. All right. Moving on to another round of Tribon. All right, we'll be here, Baronator. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have water, Eiffel, watch. Tower is correct, Ronnie. Please pick your column. Moving on to another round of Tribon. The first person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Sorry, that's US specific, and we're going to move on. Yeah, we're going to move on to Family Feud. Ooh, we haven't played Justifiable Thoughts in a while. I say that, but it's been 2 streams since we've said it. We're actually going to play Justifiable Thoughts. We're going to play Justifiable Thoughts. You want Family Feud? You guys pick. You guys pick. What's that? You know, we'll play a few rounds of Justifiable Thoughts, and then we're going to move on to Family Feud. Justifiable Thoughts is a round, or a game I've created for the stream. This is where I have you guys name something starting with a certain letter. The letter changes every single round. Your answer, whether it's a word or a sentence, must start with the random letter that I choose. And the first person who has a justifiable answer, and it is open to debate in the comments, the first person who has a justifiable answer will get the point. So, name something. Well, I do make them up on the spot. You make them up on the spot. Name something you would hate to find between the seats of your couch, starting with the letter P. Hey, the Game Master, welcome back. A possum? Ooh. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Just because that's a tricky one, right? Because the possum is technically spelled with it starts with an O. It's called an opossum. However, it's so commonly known as possum that I'm going to give it to you for possum. In fact, yeah. That's a weird one. Both possum and opossum correctly refer to the... Okay, cool. All right, so it's right. Cool. They're just 2 names for it. Perfect. All right. Just had to check. I know that was what threw me off when I found a possum is actually called an opossum. Bronny, go ahead and pick your column. I would hate to find a possum in my couch. A pickle. Poop, that would suck. A pug. Some people would like to find a pug. I guess as long as it's alive. A bomb would be horrible, especially if it doesn't even start with a P. You know, like opossums in my... Rats are fun. I've definitely had some rats before. I've had some friends with rats. Oh my god, actually. Do I have it on hand? Oh, don't tell me I threw it away. Bronny, you picked 3. Give me 1 second. You're number 1. Guys, I'm just going to take... I'm going to be adding time at the end, by the way. I'm just going to take 3 seconds and see if I can find this. Speaking of rats. All right, guys, I can't see it in a matter of a few seconds, so we're going to move on, and I'll try to find it for next time. But I have a rat tickling certification. I know where it is. I'm so sorry. Give me 1 second. I don't know why. I'm super excited. I'm going to show you guys this. For privacy, I'm going to cover part of my name, though, because I have a very long name. I know this is goofy. But I have a rat tickling certification. I got certified to tickle rats. All right, sorry. Is a certification of completion. This certifies that Shannon has successfully completed the rat tickling certification course from Purdue University. I laminated myself. All right, sorry. We'll get back to the game. I really like this thing. Changing your careers and dedicating your life to this now. Oh my god. Please don't grab a dead rat. Oh my god, no, I do not have a rat on hand. Anyone else? Yeah, sorry guys. How does one accomplish such an award? Look up rat tickling certification course from Purdue. It's a 2-hour course on average, and you get the certificate for free. The course is free. It's just to educate scientists on how to play with rats, so that way rats are happier during scientific tests and stuff. It's actually super cool. And you learn how to, like, it's called rat tickling, but you're actually wrestling with the rat. It's 2 hours. Yeah, it's the hardest course taught in Peru. Yeah, I think you could do it in an hour and a half. Do the rats laugh? I haven't done it in person yet. I probably have to do a refresher. Yeah, you actually wrestle. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's called rat tickling, but you actually wrestle them, to be honest. Rat wrestling. Yeah, rat wrestling sounds so much cooler. They should have named it better, I think. It's the hardest course taught. You love education. Yeah, good. 2 hours of issuing this smackdown to a rat. How big are the rats? I mean, they're good sized rats, you know. They're not like city rats where they might win, but you're like, you'll win. You should win every time. I'm assuming. No, it's cool. I'm going for a world record for most certifications, right? And like right now the record's like 1,000. I don't know. That's not gonna happen anytime soon. Like if that happens, I'll be in my late 30s, sometime 40s if I get that. Like I've got a few dozen and stuff. That was an easy one I could grab in 2 hours. So I did, and it was very fun to learn about. You are not getting a rat tickling degree. Moving on. Do you hold the rat in the air? Kind of grab it and flip it and pin it and let go is the sense, but it's proper technique and its mood and stuff. All right, guys, we're going to move on to a rat tickling degree. We're going to move on to another round of justifiable thoughts. Guys, this is hands down the slowest, but one of the more fun streams we've had. We only have 4 people on the scoreboard. We didn't start till 11 minutes in because we just love talking so much. We will be going, the winner will be announced 2 hours in instead of 5, an hour and 55. We are going to move, man, we asked one question, justifiable thoughts, blew into this. This is going to be this is a good game. This is a weird one. We're going to try it. This is Family Feud. Up to 4 points can be handed out to the players. Name a past or present name of a famous wall. Go ahead. Name a past or present name of a famous wall. Well, you know what? As long as we're all here for fun and stuff, I mean, I'll obviously try to stay on track with the games as well, but sometimes I'll try not to allow us to get too sidetracked, you know? I mean, we'll see. We're all here for fun. All right, I don't think the last one, never mind, it was gotten. All right, all 4 were gotten. Good job. Good job. Typos are okay. We're going to go back to the top. And guys, please remember when I give you the point, please choose your column, and I'll go back after the points are given, and I will place them in there. All right, so starting at the top, you need an 8-foot, 300-pound rat and wrestle it. It looks like you have to go to Patrick's place, and you'll be able to wrestle one. All right, starting at the top of the game or the round. Brawny, you get the point for China. Please choose a column. Great China Wall. Adrian's is not on here. Berlin is on here. Josh the Great, please choose a column. Also, welcome to the scoreboard. You're number 5 on the scoreboard. And as a former champion, you are entered in as red. Continuing on. Oh, wow. I actually thought they were all gotten, but they weren't. But I guess that's okay. Patrick, you got it for whaling. And the last one that was not said was Vietnam. Patrick, please go ahead and pick your column. Welcome to the scoreboard. Your number is 6. Only 3 points were given out. All right, let's start from the top with, it was Brawny, Josh, Patrick. Brawny, your number 1, column 4. All right, Josh, your number 5, column 6. And then Patrick, your number 6. Column 1. Oh, we got a lot of competition on the Connect 4 board. I like this. I like when a lot of points can be handed out. So we're going to actually move on to Blurt. Blurt's a fan fave. Blurt is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. You'll have as many comments as you'd like. 1 guess per comment. If you don't know the answer to the first, you may answer the second. Vice versa. You can answer both. Just have to be on different comments. Moving on, the first definition is the part of the face above the eyes. The second definition, the last car on a freight train. Blurt, yeah, blurt is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. Sorry, I'll explain it a little bit slower. I forgot that there are still some new people who haven't seen it. Forehead is correct, and caboose is correct. Brawny, you got the point for forehead and the point for caboose. Please choose 2 columns. Please put them on different lines, though, just for clarity for me. I don't want to assume you want to put them in the same spot. Although I can assume where you're going to put them. 3 and 4. Interesting. All right. All right, guys. Here's the moment of truth that I have not been excited to find out about because I was late to the first stream. And that's how well these numbers erase off of these. I didn't have a... Oh, thank God. Okay, this makes this so much easier. I didn't have an adequate test of them drying for a long time because I got home less than an hour before I had to start. 3 and 4. All right, moving on. Caboose, the last car on a freight train. Education is awesome. That's why this channel is called Mindful Discovery. Mindful Discovery of Life was the original intention so many years ago. All right, moving on to another round of Blurt. Blurt is a card game where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. You're allowed as many comments as you would like. Only 1 guess per comment. Rubbing alcohol pad will work to get them off. Yeah, I was hoping to have to not do that because I'd have to do it at the end of every night to 35 chips, and that'd be tedious. Thankfully, I don't have to do that, but I will definitely keep that in mind if eventually it just gets too much or I happen to use a marker. Thank you. I'm going to write that down. if I happen to use a marker, because some markers stain differently on dry erase. I have a lot of different brands and stuff. I buy them from the thrift store and stuff, so kind of have a random lot of like 40. Moving on to blurt, the first definition. Thank you, by the way, Miss Barinator. Moving on to blurt, the first definition is a crisp, salted cracker, often baked in the shape of a knot. The second definition, a thin, watery porridge. Just for fun, Fish and said you've learned a lot here. Awesome. Me too. I've learned a lot here. Pretzel is correct. I didn't know pretzel. For example, apparently pretzel's a cracker. I'm thinking like the big soft ones, but I guess that's probably not what they're talking about. Ooh, it's not soup, guys. It's not soup. A thin, watery porridge. It's not grits, but it does start with a G. Work at 4 a.m. I don't blame you for not wanting to go. By the way, just for fun, Fishing, you got the point for pretzel. Please go ahead and pick your column. Wait for the next answer. You can also wait. You don't have to. I realize I'm actually going to wait. Hey, Javier, welcome back. I realize I'm probably going to wait until I get both answers to not make it confusing, because I don't want you to have to pick a column and taken away for guessing for the second one. So you don't have to pick it yet. All right, we're going to go ahead and say done there. Nobody's got it. Oh, Patrick, you just got it right before I said done, right before I hit the buzzer. Patrick, you got it. It was gruel. I'm just going to double check to make sure you were the first one to say it. In the meantime, just for fun, Fishing, go ahead and pick your column. You're number 3 on the board. So do I have a 3 token? No, I'll make it. All right, and Patrick, I'm just going to double check that you were the first person to say gruel. Yes, you were, Patrick. You please pick your column. You're number 6. Just for fun, Fishing, you pick 7. Patrick, you picking 1. All right. Javier, welcome back, Javier. Oh, you just got back to Chicago. Well, welcome. We're about 47 minutes into this one. We've added, whatever this is called, Connect 4. Moving on to another round of blurt. Blurt is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. Hey, Sasso, have a great night. Thanks again. You gotta. Wait, did somebody have 4 in a row? I got B for none in a row. You got 4 in a row? Did you really, Patrick? What number are you? 6. Oh, it has to be 4 in a row. Oh, you do not have 4 in a row. This is these 2 are from Sasso. You only have 2 in a row right now. So yeah, so how it works is you're competing against everybody else. So on the scoreboard now, you are entered in that's a good clarification. I'm going to explain it anyway, just in case anyone else is confused, because I'm sorry if I didn't clarify that. And Javier's here for the first time, I think, seeing it. So how it works moving forward is you guys are entered into the scoreboard with a number, and the numbers when you entered the scoreboard, and whenever you earn a point on almost any game, you will get to pick a column from left to right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, for a chance to earn a bonus point for Connect 4. So, for example, Bronny was the first one in, and so his number is 1. He'll have the number 1 chipped, and every time he gets a point, he'll pick a column after I award him the point, and I'll put his chip in there. The first person to get 4 of their pieces in a row, vertically, horizontally, or diagonally, will get a bonus point, and then we reset the board. How many points do you get if you get a Connect 4? You only get 1 bonus point. It's a bonus point. All right, moving on to Blurt. And you're Connect 4. And so you guys are all playing against everybody else on Connect 4. So this is the first time I've ever seen Connect 4 being played by more than 2 people, and there's currently like 6 numbers right now. 6 people are on this Connect 4 board. It's kind of fun. It is a fun game, but it is time consuming, and I just introduced today, so it will be faster and it will not be used all the time. I just really needed to test out this system for something else I want to add. Moving on, which will be a lot less time consuming. Moving on to Blurt, the first definition. The hard outer covering of an animal, such as a scallop, turtle, or beetle. The second definition. A heavy snowstorm with strong winds. It is just the beginning. Shell is correct as a point for Brawny. Brawny, please pick your column. Blizzard is correct. Hey, Plastic, fantastic. I hope you were here when I was explaining this. That would have been perfect. If not, I will explain it again. Oh, actually, I'm so sorry. Brawny said Blizzard right above you, Plastic. But either way, welcome back. All right, Brawny, please pick 2 columns. All right, you picked 2. And I'm going to be and 5. Night, y'all. If I can't sleep, I'll come back. All right, future Miss Barinator, have a good night. Moving on to another round of Blurt. This is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition, an alcoholic beverage made of the fermented juice of grapes or other fruits. The second definition, the largest planet of our solar system, 5th in order from the sun. Wine is correct. That is a point for Brawny. Please pick your... Hey, Mommy of 2, welcome back. Brawny, please pick your column. And Jupiter is correct. That's another point for Brawny. Please pick another column. I think what I'm going to have to do to make this a lot faster is go get a few more Connect 4 boards and have a lot more tokens. Or see if I can use something else. Oops. This was trial and error, and I like it. I agree it is slow, and that will be improved. We have 3. Probably... And we have 2. All right. What's top score so far this stream? Brawny with 14 points. We've had a very fun, distracting, well, fun and sad in some ways too, but fun, very distracting stream so far. It's been fun hanging out and such. So... yeah, Mike got a lot last stream. Mike was dominating on Connect 4, too. I think he got the first 4 or 5 bonus points. All right, guys, we are going to go on break soon, but not yet. Not yet. We're going to go ahead and play a quick round of Tribon. I need a text reader voice. I'm gonna write that down. Patrick, thank you. That's a really good idea. That's a really good idea. I'm going to write that down real quick. I'm not going to implement it for a little bit. For the exact same reason. Whoever subscribed is fireworks for you. Thank you. It's going to be a little bit before I implement it for the exact same reason that you guys don't see the chat displayed up here 24/7. Because I'm waiting until I get monetized, the second tier, before I do it because they do an intense AI and manual review, and I don't need inappropriate comments either on screen or on, especially on audio, to deter the channel from getting monetized. So I wrote it down, and that's a very good suggestion. Thank you. It'll be heavily considered, but it will definitely not be coming in until I'm at least monetized. Because after that, I'll have a lot more lenience, but still the 3 Fs are staying: fair, friendly, and fun. So yeah, it exists. There's computer programs. All right, guys, we're gonna do one round of Tribond. First person to tell me with these. Thank you, though. I did write it down. I actually write down everything you guys suggest. Moving on to another round, first round of Tribond. First person to tell me with these 3 things have in common. I'll go to points on the scoreboard and get a chip in the board, Connect 4 board. Gum, golf, ping pong. There's ways around it, Patrick. There's a lot of ways around it to censor it, but even there's other ways around it, around the censored words as well on both ends. Ball is correct. Point for Just for Fun Fishing Mom. Brad Huff, welcome back. Just for Fun Fishing Mom, please choose your column. And welcome to the scoreboard. You are number 7 on the scoreboard. And as a former champion, you are entered in as red. Yeah, they could put spaces in the letters. There's a lot. 2. All right, guys, we are going to take, the spaces in the they could put spaces between the letters and then read it out. There's I'll consider it, but I want to be careful because the game show host that gets called names and insulted would be fun to watch. Well, it's a family. I would admit it would be fun to watch for a lot of people, but there's a lot of children who come into the stream and a lot of families that bring their kids. And I want to keep this a family friendly environment, just out of respect, because I would like any person from anywhere around the world and any age to be able to come here and have fun. Someone even said earlier in the first stream that, they were having a bad night and they came in and they had, it made their night a little bit better. So that was part of the reason why I do this kind of stuff, So I don't want to be exclusive to anybody except for one type of person, and that type of person is anybody who comes in here and makes somebody else feel uncomfortable. That is the only type of person who we get rid of here. As long as you are here and you are nice and friendly to everybody else, you're allowed to play. So we're going to go ahead and start the 5-minute break. The 5-minute break starts at the sound of the gong and it ends at the sound of the air horn. I do keep a stopwatch with me. Thanks, Just for Fun Fishing. That's quite the opposite of berating the host, so I appreciate it. Oh, that's funny. Thanks, Bear too. Oh my god. Yeah, keeping the spam low is really important. All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and start it now. I do bring a stopwatch on me so I can keep track. Hey, it's Shannon. I host the games and keep score while you play them by commenting. If you would like to support the channel and enter the Hall of Supporters, my Cash App is Shannon1742. My PayPal and Venmo are mindfuldiscovery@yahoo.com. These should be pinned in the comments. If you are interested in any of the games played on this show or the props used, I have affiliate links in the description. I earn a commission for each product bought at no extra cost to you. Another way you can show support is by purchasing my book, Beyond Solitaire, 52 Unique One-Player Games. This is a book on learning the rules for 52 solitaire-type card games with various levels of difficulties, chance, and skill. I wrote detailed instructions for new and experienced players to be able to learn these games, along with setup pictures for examples. Beyond Solitaire, 52 Unique One-Player Games is available on Amazon as a paperback book and on the Kindle store. It is also enrolled in the Kindle Unlimited program. We have a minute left in the break. Who will enter the Hall of Champions tonight? The three key principles for this game show: we want to be fair, we want to have fun, and we want to be friendly. I personally want to thank this community and everyone in the Hall of Fame for helping develop this positive game show experience. Yeah, sorry about the noises. I walked in and realized I had to do something real quick. All right, we're back. Break is over. Let's see if I remember the sign this time. I can say that and still forget. Hey guys, I've been thinking about that's not sure, I just had the idea. So I just had the idea like a few seconds ago. I'm still sticking to the hour 55 limit for announcing the champion. However, I'll consider playing more if you guys wanted to. Potentially some nights, the last stream of the night, going over the hour 55, like still announcing the champion and stuff, and like that be final for the champion, but then I could still play more games if you guys just want to hang out and play. So I know I like to hang out and talk. We can also just keep it talking. Sometimes we just do bonus rounds or just kind of be, just more unofficial encore rounds in a sense. See, I did almost forget. We'll see though. I would enjoy it. All right, moving on. We're going to get right back into it. We're going to get right back into it. Oh! Sorry, it's like a rubber band snapping sometimes. Moving on to Guess that balloon. First person to correctly guess what I'm making within 2 guesses will get a point on the scoreboard. All right, first person to correctly guess it will get a point. The dog is correct. Point for Barinator. Barinator, welcome to the scoreboard. You are number 8. Please choose your column. As a former champion, you are entered in as red. You are number 8 on the scoreboard for this stream. You choose 6. All right. Just for fun, Fishing Mom, you were a close second. We're going to go ahead and play another round. First person to correct to guess what I am trying to make within 2 rounds, or 2 guesses will get a point on the scoreboard. Oops. Moving on. Oh my God, I need glasses. I thought that T was an F, and I'm like, man. Barinator, you're a good person. Patrick recommended glasses, and I definitely see now that I need glasses. Yeah, thank you, Brawny. FFF. Barinator, I made the mistake. Not you. I'm going to remove the comment. That's not on you at all. That's just on me, and I want to keep it FFF. That's 100% on me. That is not on you at all, but I realized after saying that out loud, I should not have said that out loud, and in case there are kids here, yeah, I don't want to be a bad influence, so sorry about that. No penalty on you at all whatsoever, homie. Oh my God. Fair, fun, and family friendly. Moving on to another round of Guess That Balloon. First person to correct guess what I'm trying to make will get a point on the scoreboard. You have 2 guesses. 2 guesses per balloon. Yeah, I just want to be respectful, you know, because I am trying to curate, and you guys have been helping me so much. I'm trying to curate a good environment for all people, you know, and I do make mistakes too, you know, but I try not to, especially in that category. I mean, what kind of example would I be if I don't even uphold the FFF, you know? I laugh too, but yeah. That one really threw me off. Either way, good job for being a good boyfriend. All right, guys, what do we got? It is a gun. That is correct. We're human. That's true, man. We're going to make mistakes for the rest of our life, you know? Brawny, you just already said it, too. Yes, you got it first, Brawny. All right. There are definitely, I have ideas to make this a lot faster and a lot more fluid, like getting a significantly larger amount of tokens, probably just buying as many of these games as I can and stripping the tokens out of them. That won't be implemented until probably next week. You guys probably won't even see this again tonight or after tonight until next week, just because I need it to be faster. And I also want to buy the tokens half off. So, all right, Brawny, you're number 1. It was a good trial. And I see how it can be made significantly faster. Like me spending so much time erasing old numbers and writing new numbers when I could just get a lot of tokens. I'm sure I'll still have to do it a little bit, but that's okay. There's just ways to make it faster. But it was a good trial, and we're going to do it the rest of this stream, and I do like it. Should I go ahead and get the win? I was trying to keep it FFF. Anyone gonna need any Connect 4 boards? Bronny, you can dominate. You can dominate on this if you want. You had so many. I thought you were just trolling with the Connect 4 board. I didn't want to say anything because I'm trying to be so fair. Oh, Mike does just keep sweeping the board, but I thought you were just trolling the board, like waiting for somebody to get 3 and be like, no, it just keep going. Guys, it's your game. It's up to you. If you want to sweep the board, you can sweep the board. If you want to just do what Bronny's doing, you could do that. If you want to just mess with everybody else, you can do that. I've set the rules. I have set the rules for keeping this fair. How you use the rules is up to you. That's it. Gameplay is up to you. As long as we stick to the rules, it's fair. Everything after that, all levels of gameplay is 100% up to you. So, it has been fair. Everything about that has been done fair. If you want to troll, if you want to sweep the board, if you want to mess around, if you want to make shapes, if you want to do whatever you want, like it's literally, this is another side game for you guys. I just host. All right, moving on. Don't feel bad for being good, Ronnie. It is fair. It is fair. You can sweep the board if you want. Like I said. As long as we stick to the rules, that is what I consider fair, sticking to the rules. Everything else, all up to you guys. Moving on to Tribon. Tribon is where I read 3 things. The first person telling me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. I'd be sweeping too, or I'd be trolling. I thought Bronny was trolling a little bit in like a fun way, though, not in like a negative way, but in like just a lighthearted way. All right, we have lavender, plum, magenta. I'll sweep it, but you still got to get that 4th one. Fair is fair. If I just swept it now, that would not be fair. Purple is correct. Point for just for fun. Bronny, you were a close second. Plastic Fantastic, welcome back. Just for fun, you got it. You're number 3. What? Oh. And this is why this is fun, because you guys are now competing in multiple ways. I'm just going to double check on this one. Bronny, you have so many 1s everywhere. I'm just going to make sure you don't have 4 anywhere, because I do like to be fair. It doesn't look like it, which means just for fun fishing, you actually got the 4 in a row. So you got the bonus point. Them's the rules. Good job, just for fun. The board was... Javier, you must be multitasking. Oh, welcome back. Just reading out the comments. Moving on to another round of Tribon. I like the good sportsmanship everyone has here. It's really awesome. Moving on to another round, Tribon. First person telling me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Making sloppy joes. That's got to be a hard multitask. We have a moat, a dungeon, a drawbridge. Yeah, no problem. I got the broom ready. Oh, no. Castle's correct. That's a point for Plastic Fantastic. Please choose your slot. Oh, my God. Plastic Fantastic, welcome to the scoreboard. You're number 9 on the scoreboard. As a... former champion, you are entered in as red. I don't even know if Patrick's still here, but he is... Oh, I don't think Patrick is still here, but he is in the lead with 2 points for entering the Hall of Champions. Number 6. All right. Plastic Fantastic, you're number 9. You column 6. Perfect. Continuing on to another round, Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have Lions, nice. Paris. Leons, nice. Paris. There's 2 answers. That is one of them that I would have accepted. They are cities in France. That's a point for Bronny. Please choose your column. Five. All right, moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Horseshoes, tents, baseballs. Horseshoes, tents, baseballs. Is not camping. Horseshoes, tents, baseballs. This one's a little pretty niche. This one's pretty I'll give you guys a hint. Things people blank is the answer. Things people blank. And it's horseshoes, tents, baseballs. People do not throw tents. Pitch is correct. That's a point for plastic. I don't know what you pitch in horseshoes, but horseshoes, tents, baseballs. The answer was things people pitch. That's a point for plastic. Fantastic. Yeah, it was. That's, I don't know. Some of them I don't really like. Plastic, go ahead and pick your thing. I did not make this game. I still like it a lot, though. Yeah. Plastic, fantastic. And number 9. People throw tents. Okay, well, just because you can throw a tent doesn't mean people. It's like a regular thing. When I was on the Appalachian Trail, some people got their tents blown off mountains. I hiked with a buddy who burned down his tent and stuff. Tents go through a lot, man. You forgot about the tent. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common. I'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have halibut, mackerel, pickerel. It was an accident. It wasn't on purpose. On the Appalachian Trail, it tends to be very cold late at night or early in the morning. Fish is correct. Javier Goatman, please choose your column. People off. So the vestibule on a tent, when you have your tent and you have your rain fly, there's a little opening between the wall of your tent and the outside rain fly. It's called a vestibule. People will typically cook right there, so that way they don't make a mess in their tent, and typically so they don't burn it down. However, he did burn it down. Javier, welcome to the scoreboard. You are number 10 on the scoreboard. Yeah, like for example, it can get pretty cold, so people don't want to cook outside, and I don't blame them because I've cooked inside my tent, or at least in the vestibule, many times. I was on one time. My ex-wife and I were on a mountain in a snowstorm for 5 days. It was a blizzard. For like 4 days. We had to stay up there for like 4 nights and 5 days. And it was 9 degrees. We were at the top of a mountain, super high in elevation. And so it was very cold, and we were not going outside to cook. All right, Javier, you said 6. You are number 10 on the scoreboard. You're putting it on 6. All right. At least his tent was warm. All right, well, there's always a bright side, right, guys? All right, moving on to another round. Tribon, first person to tell me what these three things have in common. We'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have kidney, stomach, brain. Kidney, stomach, brain. Oregon is correct. There's a point for Just for Fun Fishing. Please choose your column. Skip that one. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Blackbeard, Bluebeard, Captain Hook. I said no. Pirate is correct, Javier. Please choose your column. You're number 10. So many. 5. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common. I'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have Mexico, Canada, United States. You've burned down a tent once. Oof. That would be horrible to burn down a tent when you're backpacking. Countries is correct. Point for Javier. Plastic Fantastic. You were a close second. Javier, please choose your column. Your number 10. You got to remember that. Well, I don't have to remember it. I just look. I like to tell you guys what number you are, though, just so you remember. You picked column 4. All right, moving on to another round of Tribon. First person talking about these 3 things have in common. We'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have lizards, skinks, alligators. You want to go camping? I love to camp. Camping is one of my favorite things to do. I don't think I've gone a year in my life without camping. Reptiles is correct. That is a point for Green Submarine. Welcome, Green Submarine. I do believe I've seen you here before. Welcome back. Welcome back. I think I've seen you here before, but I don't actually... Yeah, you're not on the Hall of Fame yet, which is awesome. Welcome back, Green Submarine. Welcome to the scoreboard. If you would like to pick a column, if you don't know what that means, I'll explain it in a second. Green Submarine, you're number 11. Number 11 on the scoreboard. Welcome to the live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. I'm pretty sure I've seen you before. So, Green Submarine, this is your... I just checked the Hall of Fame, and this is your first time earning a point on this game show, which means congratulations will be entering your name to the Hall of Fame, where once you enter, you never leave. You are the 177th person to earn a point on this game show. We're doing a special thing today where every time you earn a point, you have the option to earn a bonus point by playing Connect 4 against everybody else who's playing around the world. You are the 11th person onto the scoreboard today, which means that you have tokens with the number 11 on it. The first person, every time you get a point, you get to tell me what columns I will put your token. The columns are from left to right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The numbers are also shown down below. The first person to get 4 in a row of their number, either vertically, horizontally, or diagonally, will get a bonus point on the scoreboard. Then we reset the Connect 4 board. So, when is the next stream? Probably not till tomorrow. Yeah, no, definitely not till tomorrow. So, Green Submarine, congratulations. If you'd like to pick a column, I will put your number 11 chip into there for a chance for you to earn a bonus point. 3, please. Awesome. You are number 11. I will have you guys know the scoreboard does get reset between every single stream. So that means your numbers are reset between every stream, not your Hall of Fame numbers or anything. Also, we have about half an hour, 35 minutes left until the winner's announced. I'm going to go ahead and read the score since we're back from break and I forgot. All of the red numbers are everybody who is in the Hall of Champions. They're former champions. All of the black numbers are people who are in the Hall of Fame and not yet in the Hall of Champions, competing to enter the Hall of Champions. One person will enter the Hall of Champions every single stream. For now, it is whoever has the highest score. So, amongst the former champions who are already in the Hall of Champions, we have Bronny with 16, Sasso 3, Just for Fun Fishing 7, Josh has 1, Josh the Great has 1, Just for Fun Fishing Mom has 1, Baronator 1, Plastic Fantastic 2, Javier 3. Amongst everybody else competing to get their name read on the board to enter the Hall of Champions, we have Patrick has 2, Green Submarine, you have 1, Miss Baronator has 1. It's actually a very close game. Continuing on. I'm going to catch up with the comments after I read another round. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common. We'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have Toronto, Victoria, Edmonton. By the way, Green Submarine, congratulations on entering the Hall of Fame. Mike Tone's just parking in, being nosy. See you guys tomorrow. Awesome. We will be here tomorrow for at least one stream. Bro, I need some help. They're hanging up on me. Oh, no. All right, Baronator will be here. Oh, ganging up on you. That's funny. I'm restless now. Good. You gotta compete. Gotta compete. Oh, guys. All right. Canada was correct. Hey, it's Maddie. Welcome back. It's Maddie. All right. It looks like Green Submarine. You got Canada first. Please choose your column. You get a point. Green Submarine, you're now at 2 points, and you are tied with Patrick for entering the Hall of Champions. So you are number 11. Please choose your column. 3, please. Awesome. Hey, it's Maddie. Welcome back. Good to have you back. All right, moving on to another round of Tribond. What time tomorrow? 5 p.m., I think, is what I'm going to go for. 5 p.m. Daniel is cool. Welcome back. Welcome back, Daniel is cool. And it's Maddie. We're moving on to another round of Tribond. First person tell me what these 3 things have in common. I'll get a point on the scoreboard. Mosses, trees, vegetables. Very broad term. Deuces, Mike. We'll be back tomorrow about 5 p.m. Mosses, trees, vegetables. It's not green. It's a good guess. Plant is correct. Just for fun fishing, you got it. Please choose your column. Just for fun fishing, you are at 8 points. You're number 3 on the board, so I need to find a 3 token. And you, once you pick your column, so get the next one in order. 7. For anybody new here, we are now, for today, we're doing a, sheesh, where's my broom, right? You were close, Dan, you were a close second. For anybody new here, whenever you earn a point on the scoreboard, when you get entered, there's a number associated with your name. And when you earn a point on the scoreboard, you tell me what column you want me to drop your chip into. If you're the first person to get 4 in a row, this is Connect 4. Horizontally, vertically, or diagonally, you get a bonus point. You get an extra point on the scoreboard. We reset, and we keep going. Moving on to another round of Tribond. First person tell me what these 3 things have in common. We'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have... I'm not doing that one. Root beer, chocolate, coffee. Mike took the broom. Daniel, you said you were first. I will go back and check. Brown is correct. That is a point for future Miss Baronator. Please choose, and Daniel, I'll be checking in 1 second. Please choose your column. Oh. Yeah, you are up here. All right, you're at 2 points. We actually have everybody competing right now at 2 points. And you are number 4. I have a 4 chip. Make a 4 chip. There we go. You got number 3. Awesome. All right. Is Daniel, I'm going to check for you real quick. You said you were first. I'm going to show you on my screen. All right. Here we go with plant. Is that showing? Yeah. We have Just for Fun Fishing said plant. Daniel, you said plant second on my screen. I know it may not seem the most fair. We do have to have some way to break ties, so we use mine. We use my screen. I'm sure on many people's screens at times it says all of you will get first. It just depends on how close you send it in real time, but I'm hosting, so I get the messages first. All right. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. Remember, it happens very often. People learn to just to trust me when we go off my screen. However, I know how brittle trust really is, and so you guys can ask me anytime to pull up my screen, and I will. There's nothing to be sorry about. I have to do it almost every stream. There's nothing to be sorry about. You can ask me anytime, and I will pull it up. All right, moving on to another one. And I still make mistakes too, so it's still good. It's still good to ask, you know. So, moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Well, thank you just for fun fishing. You should question everything in life. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have pizza, lasagna, ravioli. Pizza, lasagna, ravioli. Italy's close enough. It was Italian food. That is a point for Brawny. Future Miss Baronator. You now know why Baronator stays so long after he said he was going to get off, because we're all in here having a great time. I'm sorry we have been stealing your man, and he's been playing games with us. Brawny, please pick your column. You picked it. Perfect. 2. But you're welcome to stay and play as much as you want and compete against your partner. Oh, wait. Oh, Brawny, you're number 1. I almost gave the wrong point out. We have so many people on the Connect 4 board, guys. This is the first time in my life I've seen... You know now, it's okay. Perfect. This was the first time in my life I've seen Connect 4 played by more than 2 people, and we have it being played by people all over the world. Super cool. Bear is a great competitor. Great jokester, great person. We have a great community here. All the players are awesome. If they're not awesome, you know what we do to them. Moving on to another round of Tribon. The first person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have Egypt, Libya, Algeria. For real, I need to connect my phone to the charger and don't want to move. I'll repeat them. Oh, shoot. Egypt, Libya, Algeria. Africa is correct. There's 2 answers I would have accepted, and it would have been Africa. They are countries in Africa. I like to be lenient, so I'd have accepted countries or Africa or countries in Africa. It's nice to have another couple. There's a few couples who come here. It's really cool. All right. Who got Africa? Plastic Fantastic. Please choose your column. You're at 3 points. You are what? Number 9. You are number 9. I think I'm going to have to make quick number 9. Oh, we got one right here. Perfect. Good job, Plastic Fantastic. Number 1. Awesome. Let me try to fix that real quick. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. And we're going to finish this card, and I'm going to introduce a new game. It's just a trivia game, but it's still new. Bought it today. We'll see how it goes. First person to tell me these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have 4x4 Fire Pickup. Yeah, I bought 8 new games today. 7 of them are for the stream. 1 of them is because the dice was really cool. I felt like I felt very undisciplined that I spent $2 for 5 dice that look really cool. It was a little crazy, but I guess now I own Yahtzee too, so that's fine. Truck is correct. That is a point for Brawny, please. All right, awesome. Brawny, I love that you're giving me it fast with the column. You want to speed it up, appreciate it. Moving on to another round of Tribon. We'll finish the card, like I said, move on. All right, card's finished. They're either U.S. specific or inappropriate. You started typing carpentry when I said 4x4. Oh, man. Oh, I'm sure your heart rate is high. All right, guys, this is Jumbo Fun Sticks Trivia Edition. Pretty much, I pull a stick out of here. Oh, I should have organized it first. That's okay. I'm going to pull a stick out of here, and it's going to be a trivia question, and I already briefly went through it. Some of them are U.S. specific. However, that's hard to avoid in a lot of card games being in the U.S., and so I just kind of sift through them as I go. I'm not going to lie, I am organizing them right now. The winners announced at 2 hours into this game show since we talked for the first 11 minutes. So there is an extra 5 minutes added on. However, I do not add more than 5 minutes on because I have to respect when I only have an hour between streams. I know this is the last one, but I like to have semi-strict rules. All right, I'm sorry. I'll do this later. There's too many wrong. All right, moving on. This is a trivia question. It's not going good. Oh, jeez. Oh, come on, man. All right, cool. All right, first person to answer this trivia question correct will get a point on the scoreboard. Which sport features in the NATO phonetic alphabet? I need to make an energy drink with branding focused on delivering fast trivia answers. Ah, that'd be funny. I'll repeat it. Which sport features in the NATO phonetic alphabet? Golf is correct. What is it like? Alpha, Bravo, C, D, E, F, golf. All right, Javier, please choose your column. You're number 10. 7. All right, moving on. We're going to try to do another one. This is going to be a very short-lived game on here. All right, German chocolate cake originates from which country? It is not Germany, guys. This is America is correct. The United States of America, that is. All right, that is a point for Plastic Fantastic. Please choose your column. You are number 9. Definitely have to make you a quick little chip. Number 1. All right, moving on to another round of trivia. Okay. What? What is the correct term for a female elephant? I would not have guessed that. No, I feel like you really have to know that to get it right. Cow is correct. Javier, did you mean to say cow? Or because you said SOW and I realized sow could just be its own thing. I'll let you just be honest there. Did you have a typo and mean to say cow? You meant so. Okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate your honesty. All right, Daniel is cool. That means you got it. That was a weird one. Sorry, guys. I also prematurely said that because I realized that he said so or sow. I don't know how the heck pronounce stuff. Apparently, Daniel is cool. What do I do? Give me 1 second, Daniel. Welcome to the scoreboard, Daniel. You're number 12 on the scoreboard. Daniel, you're the first person to say the correct answer. You're now competing into the Hall of Champions. And give me 1 second, Daniel. All right, Daniel, it looks like this is the first time you've earned a point on this game show, which means congratulations. I'll be entering your name into the Hall of Fame, where once you enter, you never leave. You are the 178th person to earn a point on this game show. So now you are number 12. You're the 12th person in. You are entered into the bonus round of Connect 4. You have chips that say 12 on them. Please pick your number 12. Your number 12 on the scoreboard for today. Number 178 on the Hall of Fame, meaning you're the 178th person to earn a point on this game show. Your number 12 for today's stream. Please choose a column for Connect 4. left to right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Numbers are also down below. First person to get 4 in a row, vertically, horizontally, or diagonally will get a bonus point on the scoreboard. Then we reset. You said 7, you go right there. Also, if we run out of all 35 chips, then we just reset it. Moving on. Good job. Daniel is cool. Good job. Welcome to the Hall of Fame. This is so great. Glad you like it. Glad you like it. We're going to move on to another trivia round. I try not to do U.S. specific trivia because I know a lot of you guys are not here. Yeah, there's a few ways to support the channel. We have a Hall of Support as well. If you guys like any of the games, you see on here, there are links in the description to where you can find them on Amazon. And that actually, if you make the purchase within 24 hours of clicking the link and stuff, I'll get a little commission at no extra charge to you, and it'll help support the channel. You can also buy my book or donate. I'd rather you get something out of it, though, than just sending me money. But you're still welcome to do that. All right, moving on to trivia. Man, I'm so sorry, guys. So many of these are U.S. specific, and ooh. Wow, this is going to be super fast. This is going to be weird. We're just going to do it. Whoever's number is the closest will get a point on the scoreboard. You guys are only allowed one guess. If you do want to donate in the pinned comments, there's a link to my book. There's my Cash App. There's my PayPal and my Venmo. I appreciate it. And I'll add your name to the Hall of Support. Moving on. I do appreciate it, though. Moving on. This is going to be a weird one. This is going to be kind of close to Price is Right. Ooh, this is great. I'm going to write that down. We're going to figure out some stuff. I know you guys mentioned that before. All right, whoever has the number closest to this will get a point on the scoreboard. How many hairs are there in the average human eyebrow? So in an eyebrow, how many hairs are there on average? You guys get one guess. I'm only counting your first guess. I'm going to put 20 seconds on the clock, and then I'm going to close the guessing. Daniel is cool. I'm 10 out of 10 entertainment. Thank you so much. Glad you like it. I love making games. I think this is super fun. I'm not going to give any hints because I don't think that's fair for people who've already guessed. So I'm just going to have to read it and stick to it. And I will allow... Guys, I lost my stopwatch. Here it is. 10 more seconds. 10 more seconds for the guess. This is a fun one. We might start doing games like this. This is the first time we've done a type of game like here, and my brain's already flooded with a lot of ideas. That's great. You guys will be seeing stuff like this similar in the future. All right. Just for fun fishing, I'll accept it. You were so close to when I said done. Well, actually, hold on. Let me refresh because sometimes it comes out of order. Oh, it was above when I said done. All right, guys. The answer was 550. Who was closest to 550? It looks like Just for Fun Fishing. Oh, Plastic Fantastic. Sorry, Just for Fun. You said 378. And then I saw Plastic Fantastic said 452. The answer on this little stick says 550. Plastic Fantastic, you get a point. Please choose your column. You're at 5 points. Your number 9. Do I have a number 9 token? There we go. All right, let's see. Sweet number 1. All right. All right, we're going to keep pulling from here. We have about 15 minutes till the champion is announced. I'm gonna definitely hang out after the stream is over. With anybody who wants to, we can either play more games or just talk like we normally do. It's the last stream of the night, but the champion's still announced, and then anything after that's just bonus and for fun. Wow. Ooh, This is fun. Chihuahua dogs are named after a state in which country? Thank you. I secretly counted my eyebrow hairs. Wow, you count fast. Mexico is correct. Just for fun fishing, please choose your column. By the way, we have Miss Baronator, Patrick, and Green Submarine all tied at 2 points for entering the Hall of Champions, followed by Daniel is cool with 1 point. It's a very close game. You said number 4. You are number 3 token on slot 4. Guys, if I ever miss a 4 in a row, please let me know. Because I do have to award the point and then wipe it. All right, guys, that was good. That was good. Moving on, moving on. Whoa. Wow, this is going to be eradicated from here soon. Oh, this is interesting. All right. What do dung beetles use to guide them in a straight line at night? Can you make a game show like this, or would I hate you? I wouldn't hate you. I'd probably go watch it too a little bit sometimes when I'm not doing this one. No, I wouldn't hate you. Stars is correct. Point for just for fun fishing. Please put a point on here. I mean, if you made it, maybe even one day we would collaborate as well. I've been making games on and off for 7 years, and I've committed to game design and writing as my full-time thing, and YouTube 2 years ago for like my full-time thing that I want to do in life. Just for fun fishing. The only thing, like it, I love playing games that other people make, especially if I know them and stuff like that. I mean, there's only really one no-no when it comes to a creative venture like this. And that's like if I make a game and then you steal it and publish it, that would be rather unfortunate, just for fun fishing. And I wouldn't be very happy about that. I mean, my stuff is copyrighted, but I mean, you could have the exact same setup as me, and I wouldn't be disappointed. You know, I'd go watch it. Awesome, man. I'm an electrician's apprentice. Hey, that's a good skill to have. That's a good skill to have, dude. It's honestly impossible to duplicate. Nah, I don't think so. Although I've been doing this for a while, games in general. Dude, wow, guys, so many of these are U.S. Specific. I'm so sorry. You won't be seeing this one repeated. Dang, man, when I had it earlier. I pulled out 3 sticks earlier, and only one of them was U.S. specific, so I thought it would be good. All right, you know what? We're just going to... There are too many are. I'll have to actually sift through these later, guys. I thought I did a good litmus test earlier. It passed, but now it's failing on stream, so we're going to have to move on to get the flow going because we're getting right down there to the wire where people want to enter the Hall of Champions. So we're going to move on to blurt. Blurt is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. The first definition: a large round fruit with a thick orange rind used for making pies and jack-o'-lanterns. The second definition: a place with runways where aircraft can land and take off. Pumpkin is correct. Airport is correct. Just for fun fishing, you got the point for pumpkin. Please choose your column. We got airport. Daniel is cool. You got the point for airport. Please choose your column. Yeah, everybody is tied for entering the Hall of Champions. I'm going to go back and catch up on comments for a quick second. I like how you account for people from other countries. Yeah, we have I can see my analytics. I can see what percentage of people are from what countries, and less than half of my viewers. It's actually starting to really grow to be predominantly U.S. viewers. However, when I first started out, it was a quarter. Now it's a little under half, but that still means half of my viewers are not from the United States. You're scared. It's funny. I don't mind U.S. specific. Well, Plastic, I try to still keep it fair for other people who are not in the U.S. You know, just because I want everybody to come. I don't want to give an unfair advantage to one person just because of where they are. All right, just for fun fishing. Excuse me, you're number 3. You said 4. All right. Daniel is cool. You're number 12. You said 6. Moving on to another round of Blurt where I read the dictionary definition for always start local. Do I tell my friends to tune in? Javier Goatman, the moderator, is a longtime friend of mine. I've asked a few to tune in. Only one did. He had a lot of fun. The other one hasn't yet. That's okay. I put you as number 1. Uh-oh. Were you supposed to be as number 3? Just for fun fishing, you are number 3 on here. 4. Wait, just for fun fishing, if you could, in detail, let me know what happened. You're number 3 above 999 on slot 1. Wait, are you supposed to be yes, Bronny, you're number 1. Wait, what number did I just put this one in here? Oh, hold on. I'm actually gonna just go back and check. Oh, did I mess that up earlier? Is that what you're saying? One's supposed to be 3. This is so all right. So this one is supposed to be a 3. Is that what you guys are telling me? That I just messed that up earlier or something? Is that what you guys are telling me? No biggie, just no. This is biggie. I like to be fair. No. Thank you. Yes, please correct that. Yes, sir. Okay, sorry. Thank you. Please correct that. I do make mistakes. Absolutely. Let me know when I make a mistake. It's actually very easy to get those out. I thought it would be suck. It might suck if there's 3 more on top of it, but we'll figure it out. You know what I mean? Obstacles. Only human, right? All right, moving on to another round of Blurt where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition, a plant whose large leaves are used for smoking and chewing. The second definition, a playing card marked with a black figure that looks like a clover leaf. I caught it because I blocked 999 on purpose. That makes sense. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for letting me know. Bronny, please pick your column. Bronny is number 1. And club is correct. That is a point for Future. Future Miss Baronator, please pick your column. So we have Bronny's 1, Miss Baronator, you're 4. The 4 token. All right. Bronny says 2. Okay. All right. Miss Baronator says 5. Moving on to another round of Blurt where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. You did not, Daniel, but I'm going to show it real quick. I'm going to show it as quickly as I can. On my screen, it says Bronny has tobacco. Then under Bronny is Daniel. All right, moving on to another round of Blurt where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. The first definition, the head of a school. The second definition, a seat without arms or a back. Whoever subscribed, this firework is for you. It's not lagging. It's just kind of, hey, Dovid, welcome back. It is not a dean. It is a principal. And then it is a stool. Just for fun fishing, please choose. Dovid, please choose your column. Just for fun fishing, we have you there. Dovid, welcome back to the scoreboard. You are number 13. As a former champion, you are entered in as red. I know that this slowed it down quite a bit. However, I would say overall it was a very successful test because I know that it can work. It just needs some refining, and I already have ideas to refine it. So I would still call it a success. All right, just for fun fishing, you are number 3, and you said 4. All right, Dovid, you also said 4. Oof. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition, to go or run away secretly in order to get married. The second definition, an organ that receives and begins to digest swallowed food. What goes around fishes? Stomach is correct. Sorry, that was wrong. Dovid, please choose your column. Just for fun fishing, please choose your column. I do them in order from when you guys get the points. Dovid, you're at 2. Just for fun fishing, you're at 13. Dovid, you're number 12. And just for fun fishing, you're number 3. All right, Dovid, you said 6. No, making sure you are. Oh, Dovid, you're actually number 13. Sorry, I have to. Oh, bad time to drop that. Guys, this is going to be a horrible looking 3. I had to go over another one. Try to keep it speedy. Dovid, here you go on 6. Just for fun fishing, here you go on 2. All right, moving on to another round of Blurt. We have just a minute left. First person moving on to another round of Blurt where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition, one of the 2 bony growths on the head of a deer or related animal. The second definition, a small room for hanging clothes or storing supplies. Antler is correct. Closet is correct. Just for fun fishing, please choose one. Plastic fan. Oh. Hold on. Future Miss Barinator, you got closet. Just for fun fishing, you got antler. Let me not get. There we go. Just for fun fishing, please choose a column. Miss Barinator, please choose a column. Just for fun fishing, you said 3. Just for fun fishing, you just got a bonus point. God, that was a lot. All right. Miss Barinator, you said 5. We are out of time. Just gonna show it real quick. I just in case. It says Miss Barriner got closet, and then it's Maddie. You got it second. I know you said you believe me. However, when it comes to people entering the Hall of Champions, especially where the points really matter, I really want to make sure there's just absolutely no lack of trust there. All right, so because the integrity of this game is very important to me. All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and read the scores. I'm gonna be hanging out after the stream for a while. Game Master screen wins, correct. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and read the scores of the former champions first. The former champions are everybody who is already on the Hall of Champions. They're entered in the board as red. Starting with them first, we have Brawny has 19. Sasso has 3. Just for Fun Fishing has 15. Josh the Great has 1, Just for Fun Fishing Mom has 1, Barinator 1, Plastic Fantastic has 5, Javier 4, Dovid 2, and now, amongst everybody else competing to enter the Hall of Champions, Daniel is cool 2, Green Submarine 2, Patrick 2, and now, ladies and gentlemen, to announce coming in, who the new champion coming in first place with 4 points. The new champion who will be entered in as red. The future Miss Barinator. Congratulations, Miss Barinator. You are a new champion. Welcome to the hall. Welcome to the hall. I bet Barinator's proud. Next time you play, you will see your name red on this board. Congratulations. Barinator, you now have my blessing to marry future Miss Barinator. Now it is earned. He was watching me over my shoulder. Oh, good. Thanks, you're welcome. Guys, this was fun. I'm gonna hang out with you guys for a while. Whoever wants to hang out and chat. Well, Daniel, it's not just that I make the rules. I just make the. I see you said it's your stream that rules. I try to curate the rules to be as fair as possible, And in fact, a lot of the rules, not a good amount of the rules, for different games have even come from the players as well on like what would be more fair. You know, this is a developing stream. I've only been doing it for like 5 or 6 weeks. And so I'm consistently adding new games at least every week about. And so your guys' feedback is extremely important. This stream is developed by me and all of you guys. And I appreciate all of you guys. So it's not just my stream, it's our stream. You guys are here for fun, and it's not fun if it's not fair. Just for Fun Fishing Mom, I just come to get on the board. My second game, enter the Hall of Champions. Congrats, Miss Barinator. So you just have to win in order to be a champion for the night. Oh, no, Daniel. So if you ever earn a point on this game show, you are entered into the Hall of Fame. The Hall of Fame is every single player who has ever earned 1 point on the game show. We currently have 178 or 9 people in the Hall of Fame. The Hall of Champions is whoever has the most points at the end of the 2-hour stream and who's already not in the Hall of Champions. They will enter. So if you have the most points on the scoreboard by the end of the stream and you're not already in the Hall of Champions, then you're entered. One person is entered every single stream. So to keep track of it for me and you guys, if you're already in the Hall of Champions, you're entered as red. If you're competing to enter the Hall of Champions, you're entered as black. So the black names are competing, the red names are former champions. So now, and every time you enter a Hall of Champion, every time after that, you'll be entered in as a red name. You know, wake up a champion. No, Daniel, I haven't been doing this for 7 years. I've only been doing this for 6 weeks. I've been making games on and off, like card games and board games and other games. on and off for 7 years. I've only been doing this stream for about 5-6 weeks, something like that. You have to get up at 4 a.m. Ooh, glad you stayed up. It's Maddie. I remember when bro was doing tricks. Yeah, I first few streams I was just sitting on here playing rolling a quarter across my knuckles. Oh my god, I was still trying to figure out what worked, what didn't, what I liked to do, what I thought I could do. I would not still be rolling a quarter across my knuckles for 6 weeks. This though, this is perfect for me. Sorry, I was just catching up on the comments. Keep telling him to go shower so you have a chance to win, but no, that's funny. You got this in the bag tomorrow. When are our usual view times for the stream? I'm really invested in your channel. I love helping out people getting into the groove of things. Awesome, Daniel. That's cool. I appreciate it. We have a really good community here. A lot of the people you see now, especially, are here every single week, even almost every day, and some of them almost every stream. And my usual view times, I'm in right outside of Chicago. So I'm in Central Standard Time. It depends on the day, but typically I'll have a stream start around 5 or 6, and another one around 8 or 9. Sometimes it's seeming to be like I do about 2 a day. Sometimes it's only 1. Like tomorrow, I think I'm only gonna do 1. But yeah, around like 5 and then 8. However, I make a community post every single day. Every single day I make a community post. I've only not done it twice in the last month. Every day I make a community post on the times that I'm going to do it that day, and it's in my local standard time of Central Standard Time. So if you check the community post, you will see when I'm getting on. I try to do it at least 2-3 hours before. At least 2-3 hours before. I think the smallest gap I ever did was, I think actually today or yesterday, with like an hour. I'm going to keep catching up. Would I ever make an app? Look at how much money Angry Birds made. Its creator makes something for a cell phone. Yeah, that's actually the original reason why I started learning computer programming 2 years ago. So, I will. I mean, I can't guarantee I will, right? But that was on my plan. That's a part of my long-term journey for game development, and is an app. So, yeah, I do plan on it. Yeah, I've got too many ideas in a kind of a conveyor belt, right? And yeah, the cool thing is the app wouldn't cost me too much either. I mean, it cost me a lot of time, which is important, to be fair. But it wouldn't cost me much money because I spent 2 years studying computer programming, so that way I can make apps. And I was at some point going to get a job with it, and I'm glad that fell through. Very glad that fell through. All right. Trying to catch up with you guys. It is getting better and better and better, no lie. Thank you just for fun fishing. I have so many things I want to add to this, guys, and like once I'm so restricted on what I want to do as well. I have such a small space. I have a very small space to work with right now, so I can't implement a lot of the things that I want to. There's even things I've tried to that completely failed. That didn't even make it to the live testing on stream. So you guys are seeing it grow in live time, and it will just be getting better and better and better. So I appreciate that, though. I appreciate that. That you think it's getting better. All right, still catching up. Probably won't be in the stream tomorrow, but I know he will be. Yes. I'm back. Good game, guys. Trying out my new blogging toy. Oh, are you blogging now? That's awesome. Wait a minute. I just realized that's not. Wait, do you mean blogging is like writing? Do you write, Bronny? Welcome back, Baronator. Have a good one, Maddie. Have a good one, Javier. I'll buy every skin you add for the game at high marketed prices. Oh, thanks, Daniel. Plastic. You've definitely got the brains and the creativity. I think you'd be snapped up by a big company. You know, I'm actually trying not to be. Yeah. Vlogging. Awesome. Ronnie, I hope you start vlogging. That's going to be cool. I'm going to be a test dummy. That's awesome. You know, I actually don't think I want to be snapped up by a big company. I want to be the big company, to be honest. I have spent years. Yeah, you know, and thank you, Daniel. I've spent years going after my dreams, and I am I still so far to go. I still so far. Like I spent 2 years to learn computer programming. I spent a lot of time learning video editing, which I'm still horrible at, and graphic design, which I'll probably never be really good at that one. I'm just not artistic. But I've learned a lot of skills. Like, I mean, even with my book Beyond Solitaire, the reason I self-published it, I did every single thing on this book except for putting the ink on the paper. I did the graphic design. I designed the front, the back. I wrote every single word in here. I did every single picture design in here myself. I learned how to format a book just to be able to do this on my own for myself. The reason I have so many prototypes of games sitting in a box is because I don't want to sign a contract with a company. I have such long-term vision in my head that I've had for so long. And I've absolutely chosen the hardest path possible because I am independent in almost every single aspect. The reason I say almost every single is because, like I said, I didn't put the ink on this paper. Besides that, I did every single thing on here. And that's why some of my really good games, they're not published because I need a lot of money to invest in them. Or I could go to a publisher, and I'm not going to a publisher because I don't want to sign a contract, and I just don't want to lose control over my creative stuff. And so I've decided to dedicate my life to books and games and YouTube with the hopes that it pays off before I die, because I'll be doing it till the day I die. So it's awesome that you want to be your own boss. It'll give you freedom. In some ways, in a lot of ways it does. In a lot of ways it gives freedom. I think about this often because freedom is definitely why I go for it. Also, I grew up without a dad. I'm not gonna say this too many times. I don't like saying it, but I grew up without a dad, and so I know what it's like. And so what got me on this journey was I wanted to be a boss for myself, because I want to have kids one day and a family, and I want to be there at home for the kids throughout their life, because I know what that's like. I'm not trying to like bring anything down. It's all turned out positive and great and stuff. But it was the humble start to why I got to where I am now. Now, the freedom thing is interesting, right? Because I have very, very little money right now, pursuing my dreams, right? And I wasn't planning on. I don't know how long it'll take before I'm really where I want to be with this stuff financially, but I'm years into this, and I still make very little money from it, which is fine, right? Because I love doing it, and I in my mind it was a 5-year plan to make a lot of money, to get to the point where I'm making a lot of money. I'm on year like 2.5. However, something came up to where I need to seriously bump it up, make it work a lot sooner. So I've been nonstop grinding at it, and not like to make the whole thing work, right? Just like the next milestone at least. Hire an editor to create an intro theme and maybe an edited trailer for a YouTube video. You're doing good, and now you've got this. It's awesome. This is Kill Tony level untapped hype. No, it does not. This is family friendly. Oh, okay. I misunderstood for a second. This is family friendly. Kill Tony is not family friendly. But I'm glad that I'm glad. Fun fact: I've been keeping track of a lot of things that you guys. Well, you guys are aware of some of the things I keep track of. I keep track of the Hall of Fame and the Hall of Champions and the Hall of Support and stuff, because one day, if I could do this in person where I'm grabbing contestants to host, I want to host a game show. I know a lot of you guys have mentioned that, but I actually want to own the game show. Like, I don't want to host it under somebody else. Like, and I don't want to, I have a lot of plans. Like, I have so many tiers. Like, I've been working on this plan for years. My business plan is like 70 documents long, and some of the pages are like 70 pages. The longest document, 70 pages long. Oh, it's even more. Yeah, no. I'll stop the day I die, is all I'm saying. And I have endless ideas, and I just keep funneling it into this, and it's going to get hopefully as big as it possibly can. Is Daniel the new super fan? Got to get on a podcast somewhere. Podcast isn't a bad idea. I'd love to be a guest on a game show or podcast of yours. Yeah, that'd be cool. That's what I'm saying. Like that, if I can't say when, right? Because we really don't know what's gonna happen in life. I just know that I can try my absolute hardest, and then I can hit by a bus in 20 minutes. Anyway, not that I'm planning on that. I don't know anyone who plans on getting hit by a bus. But anyway, sorry guys, I'm off track. If I have contestants on my game show, I only really want to pull them off of, and of course this is fantasy, I can't guarantee, but my idea is to pull them off of the Hall of Fame list and the Hall of Champions list and stuff like that. That's the true reason why I've been keeping track of the Hall of Fame and the Hall of Champions. Well, actually, the Hall of Fame, that was the original reason for the Hall of Fame. That from the very first time I started the stream, I had that idea by the end of the stream, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. That one day I can pull the names for the contestants in real life, obviously not here when I get a lot bigger, from the Hall of Fame. And then the Hall of Champions came because I'm like, well, there should be some level of accolades or appreciation or award or something for somebody who wins, and that's where the Hall of Champions was born. And then the Hall of Support is because I also want well, the Hall of Support is for anybody who supports my channel by either donating to my PayPal, Cash App, or Venmo that's linked in the comments, or buys my book, or just there's various ways you can support the channel. And so the Hall of Support is also I keep track of a lot of things. I'm kind of nerdy with that kind of stuff. The Hall of Support, there's only 4 people who are not anonymous on the Hall of Support, and then there's at least one person who is anonymous on there, because I don't want to mention their name without saying anything. And I also don't like to push the Hall of Support either, because I'll get to where I'm going eventually. So as long as you guys are here having fun, that's what's important to me. Am I the only one seeing this guy doing events in a year or 2 from now? Well, it's funny. I didn't even read that, but I guess I already went on that spiel, huh? Bro, he did audiences of 15 people. Now he's doing shows at Madison Square Garden. Yeah, he grinded it for like a decade, man. I know a little bit about his backstory, because that's a very impressive backstory. Yeah. He grinded it out pretty much like a table like this with a cloth over it, and just some clubs, starting with just him and his friend, and they got huge, which was awesome. So it would be awesome if we could all see each other and play through FaceTime. There are a lot of tiers to the ways that we can connect and play, and how big we can get, and all of that. There's a lot of tiers to this, guys. There really is. A little bus comes crashing through the house. I'm getting on that. First 500 in Hall of Champions gets their names tattooed on your back. No, they don't. No. 500? Man, no. Since we already don't know our fate and know that anything can happen at any given moment, why not go out doing what you love and executing the strategies to achieve the actions of said dreams? I agree, Bronny. I agree. I will be trying to do this until the day. I will be doing this until the day I die, even if I'm doing it out of a tent or out of a dumpster. Like, it doesn't. This is what I am very passionate about. So, and it's not just the games. I also write books as well. I'm very passionate about both, and I love that I can combine them. That's cool. There's a girl in my town who's a part of a group of people that go around and do trivia at the local bars. You should organize an event somewhere. Oh, is that called? It's not like Sparkle. Oh man, what's it called? Sporkle. Is it Sporkle? Do they do it with Sporkle? Is that what you're talking about? YOLO. Yeah, and you only live if you actually really go after the life, though, you know? If I ever get cancer, I'm doing the most crazy things I can think of. Yeah, I'll actually have you guys know that when I say till the day I die, if somebody tells me I'm terminal and I have a few weeks left to live, the moment I find out I'm terminal, that's the day I died. And you guys might not ever see me again, and I'm gonna go. I mean, you guys probably will, right? Because I can't just leave you guys like this. You guys are too important to me. But my last few days on this earth, I want to spend alone on top of a mountain meditating. So. Meanwhile, Baronator wants to duct tape himself on a billboard like Steve-O. That was a funny transition. Is there actually, are you actually getting flooded plastic? Currently traveling as much as possible. I love seeing things outside of what I grew up seeing. Yeah, Bronny. I agree. I like traveling a lot too, just because not just seeing the things, but just meeting people that are from different cultures, even within the United States. Like, I've traveled outside too, but even within the United States, people on the East Coast versus the West Coast versus North versus South, they're still pretty different. I mean, the U.S. is huge. We're the fourth biggest country by landmass in the world. Oh, good, man. Terminal cancer stream would kill us all. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm just out here with 12 hours left on laying on my deathbed, just this might not be funny. I maybe just won't actually. Sorry, that's probably not an appropriate joke, but you could probably just imagine. I would like to keep this family friendly. Streaming 12 hours. 12 hours leading up to my death. Still reading out Blurt. Still keeping score. It's normal here that time of the year for a small river to form. That's really cool. That's really cool. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Some people find living in the moment their accomplishments, and others see it through the lenses of comfortability within the memories they may have made. Yeah, it truly is different for every single person. For me, I think my life, the more I learn, the more value I add to my life. And it doesn't matter what I learn, especially when it comes to making games and writing, because the more I learn, the more things I have to draw inspiration from, and the things and these places to draw inspiration from can be combined into making writing or a book or my meditation sessions and stuff like that. And so to me, the most valuable thing is learning or experiencing things that I haven't before. That's why this game show, where we're consistently learning, I love it. Remember that 80% of the world's population never leaves the town they were born. You can learn all of the life lessons possible from your neighbors if we all talk to each other. I don't know if I'd agree with all of them. I would agree with probably a lot of them. I don't know if I would agree with all of them, because I learned lessons leaving this country that I would not have learned unless I left this country. And I could have talked to people in my home country from other countries, and I could have talked to people, and I could have seen every single documentary or every film out there, it's not the same as experiencing it, because I've lived in 3 other countries for 2 months each, and firsthand experience is very different than secondhand experience. Existing and living are not the same thing. I agree, Bronny. I agree. Also, Daniel, in the U.S., I just read a statistic that I know your statistic was about the world, the world's population, but in the U.S., 50-something% of people in the United States die within 30 miles of where they grew up, which is wild to me. Their whole life in just one small region, one small area within a region. Beautiful moments on stream. Glad you guys like this. Yeah, I love to talk, so that's why I like to hang out after. You guys have some interesting prompts and interesting perspectives and things to add to this, and it's really fun. I find the more I learn, the less I know. Ignorance can be bliss. It took me a long time to understand why ignorance can be bliss. And when it comes to life, life is a rabbit hole with so many different tunnels that you get to decide to go through. The only problem is you can pick any rabbit hole and you can go as deep as you want. And you can always stop going down the rabbit hole, but you can never turn around. And so it wasn't until I truly experienced that with firsthand that I realized that ignorance was bliss in some categories. Come to Seattle, homie. We'll do a game stream. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. More so the community and the cultural heritage, yeah. I agree with what you said, Bronny, about him. Plastic, I grew up in a very small village and knew that I had to leave. Wow, guys, I don't know why I can read off the card so fluently, but it's probably because it's a computer screen why I can't. I grew up in a very small village and knew that I had to leave and explore. I needed to get out and see life. It's a scary one, Plastic, because I know so many people who don't do that. Even if it's not a small village, even if it's a big town. I live in a town, I'm in a suburb of Chicago. I'm not actually in Chicago. I've lived in Chicago for brief periods before, but I'm not in the city. I'm in a suburb very close to the city. And my suburb has between 40 and 50 something thousand people. And I know a lot of people I know who I grew up with are still here. And they never left for more than a few days or a week. And even then it was only a couple times. And it's man, at least leave once a year and go on vacation, and go see some stuff. But I think my best advice, and I've heard it before, and I this is one of the few things I'll repeat on this. If you've ever heard somebody say leave your hometown, man, they're so right. Even if it's not forever, I think you should leave and live somewhere else outside of your state, your province, your region, even your country, at least one time in your life. And I believe that if you do it at least once, most people would likely do it more than once as well. There's just so much more to life out there than the same stuff, the same town, the same people, the same scenes. Seattle's home for you? I agree, Bronny. Once you're exposed to certain elements of life, you can never unsee them. Bronny, I don't want to dox myself, so I got to be careful. I don't want to go too specific. That's more specific than knock on. Not that I don't mind you knowing, but this is recorded and on the internet forever, so. You have a friend who never left the village, now live only a few doors up from where they were born. I wonder what their worldly view is. That's hard because then a lot of it's just got to come from word of mouth, people around you, media, and that's a getting your worldly view and getting your honest opinion about this world and philosophy and like meaning from any degree, but you've only lived in your hometown. That's dangerous because that means a lot of your perspectives of anything past these invisible walls of your hometown are always from somebody else, and it's dangerous. I really feel like people should really get out there and see the world for themselves. Daniel 26. After moving out 3 times, I found my way back home to my town outside Seattle. If the drugs and the crime would get better, then I'd stay, but I might move after my apprenticeship. Moved out so many times and had to keep moving back in from failure after failure after failure. It's okay. There's no bucket list, there's no manual for life. You know? Some people get married at 30, they last forever. Some people get married after years and they are divorced in months. There's no formula. Some people don't start college until their 30s. Some people don't go to college. I didn't go to college. I went to college for an hour. But I'm motivated enough and I love to learn to where I may not have gone to college, but my learning is my favorite thing to do. I don't play video games, I don't watch TV. For example, I'm reading a dictionary right now, not even for fun. Well, it is fun, but just so that way I can expand a alert for you guys, and it's going in my next book. Went from games to deep talks with Daniel, Shannon, Bronny, and Baronator. Although you said you wanted to duct tape yourself to a billboard. Maybe I see why you didn't add your own name. I'm just teasing with Baronator. No, you have added just tease it a little bit. Lived in Tennessee twice. I loved it. Oh yeah, I love the Appalachian area. Oh, I love the Appalachian area. I don't know 100% where I want to settle down forever, like my last stages of life. I think right now in my mind, it's either the Appalachian area or the West Coast, or even maybe another country. We'll see. But I love the people in the Appalachian Mountains. It's really special. Just told my dad to help me look for a house there because I go back so often. That's cool, Bronny. Hey, Baronator, you forgot plastic in there. Went from games to deep talks with Daniel, Shannon, Bronny, Baronator, and plastic. Plastic, fantastic. I agree. All the people and ideas I expose myself to, I definitely am glad I moved. Good. Daniel, you only found terrible things out of horror books. Sorry that was your experience. It's an interesting perspective. Oh, I missed your other comment. I know very little about that subject, so I don't want to put yeah, I know very little about that subject, so I don't have much to say on that, about the riots and stuff. It's actually camping hall. A lot of that went down. Bucket list things. I want to do my bucket, kick bucket, and end of list. Bro, you're telling me the story of my life. We all have very similar stories, we all go through struggles. There's nobody here who hasn't gone through some type of struggle. In fact, there's nobody here who hasn't gone through many very different types of struggles. You know, nobody. Whoever subscribed, this fireworks for you. I usually say that for the game show. But yeah, there's nobody here who hasn't gone through something, you know? Nobody. You can't go through life without going through some type of struggle. There's the adage of what do you do with it? Do you become the victim to it, or do you grow from it? And, you know, and like, it's overplayed a lot, but it's true in a sense. I mean, I think everybody should face their struggles until they can grow with it, because I don't think you can grow with it until you face it, you know, even if the struggle was from years ago, whether it was from your parents, siblings, abandonment, drugs, other horrible things I don't want to mention on here, you know what I mean? Brawny, I might be the guy that shares about my life and experiences the most on his stream, Bear. I'm healed, so I'm pretty much an open book on most things. Did therapy for quite some time. Brawny, awesome for doing therapy. I loved therapy. I don't have money to do it right now, but that's actually one of my very first things I'm gonna do once I can afford the life that I want. The life that I want is extremely simple. I'm actually very close to it for at least the next 10 years. For the next stage, I'm pretty close to it. Kind of. I say that, but just because I see the possibilities are real now, I just have to expand them. So it's a long-term plan. So when I say close, I could be 2 years away, and I think that's close. But either way, congratulations on the therapy. A lot of people don't want to admit that they've done therapy or that they need therapy, and I think that's really awesome, because I haven't met anybody who either couldn't use therapy or coaching. Like, I haven't met anybody who doesn't have a problem that they should see a professional for, or at least could help, not should, where one could help. I used therapy more as like coaching and stuff. But it doesn't matter what I used it for, how I used it. It still helped a lot, and it was good to hear a professional perspective of somebody who got a degree and a discipline in psychology. I love to learn about psychology. That doesn't mean that I have a professional, articulated, guided opinion on it that I would trust. Whoever subscribed, this fireworks for you. So good for you. I'm so excited to get back into therapy. The only plastic, fantastic. There's no such thing as failure. It's a learning curve. That's it. Just a learning curve. Plastic. I believe there's only one type of failure, and it's quitting. I believe there's only one type of failure, and it's prematurely quitting. Because I believe that you can just mess up and mess up and mess up and mess up, like I have a lot of my life, especially when it comes to who I am as a person, who I'm trying to grow into in my career. But as long as you keep going, is it a failure? Is if you learn something from the mistakes, what some people might call a failure, others would call a mistake or a hurdle. And as long as like you can stop at one failure, or you can just go over it, look at it, learn from it, and just keep going. The public are crazy. I don't know how some people live. Bro, you gotta come to the PNW. I don't know what that is. Oh, what is it? Take you fishing and hiking in the country our forefathers searched 100 years for. I'll have you know, I'm not political at all. I'm not political at all. If we're gonna go look at the rocks with their faces on it, I'll still think that's cool. What was it called? Mount Rushmore. Sorry, I was gonna make a Naruto joke, but I figured that was too niche. Yeah, I'd love to see George Washington next to the second Hokage or whatever on the, yeah. All right, I'll shut up. I love fishing and hiking. I actually have a tote full of all my backpacking gear. I've just ready for me to grab. I could leave right now. 1 hour, if I had to, 1 hour from now, I could be completely ready to live anywhere in this country, probably not Alaska, for a while, because I've got really good backpacking gear dialed in. I don't bring it all, but it's just after 10,000 miles hitchhiking across the United States and backpacking on the Appalachian Trail, you learn what you do and don't need. God, my first backpacking trip was rough, dude. I brought two kits for snake bites to extract the venom out in case they bit me. I brought 2, and I spent the entire first 6 months in a city. That was ridiculous. Plastic. I have to visit Scotland at least once. Do the Highland, especially the castles and the remoteness. I think you'd love it. I probably would. I don't have I'm definitely gonna check out Europe sometime. There's a trail in Europe I really want to do. Plastic. There's a lot of things I want to see. I would like to go to almost every country at least once in my life. Almost. Every country. Oh, there's a hiking trail. What is it called in France? It's only like 6 weeks long or something. El Camino de Santiago. Maybe it's not in France. Oh, it's in Spain and France. Yeah, but I'd like to maybe check it out. But I need to finish the Appalachian Trail first before I check out any other trails. Well, for long distance at least. Scotland. Isn't that the birthplace of the kilt? Isn't that where kilts come from? Good evening, Kuwait Carrie. Welcome to the live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. However, it did end an hour ago, and we're just hanging out 43 minutes ago. Pacific Northwest. That's what I thought it was, but I wasn't sure. That's actually probably the only part of the country I really haven't been to. I've been as far west as California, but probably as far north as Las Vegas, Utah, and then like Iowa. The actual Pacific Northwest, I don't think I've really been too much. Bro, the Hokage, yeah. No, don't give us a heads up before you leave for hitchhiking. Oh, I will definitely be visiting Richard if I visit the UK. Oh, I missed a lot of chats. My thing shot down. I didn't even realize. Some guy asked me how to use a sink. I kid you not. I thought he was joking at first, but he was dead serious. Dude, I have so many stories. There was a foreign exchange student from Germany in my cooking class when I was in high school. And I was go. I handed him a can opener, and he didn't know what to do with it. And I just told him, like, open it, and I kept going. And then he just took the can opener. I'm not joking. He took the can opener. Some of you guys, people in Europe will probably understand this, but a lot of you in the United States, some of you people will not understand this. Why he did this. He took the can opener and he just started hitting the can. I'm not joking. He was hitting the can with the can opener. And when I looked over, I'm like, what are you doing? Have you never used a can opener before? And now we were both like 16, 17. And he said in Germany, they didn't do that. All of their cans were pop top. And the moment he said that, I'm like, why the heck don't we do that? Why? Why do you have to have a can and something else when you could just do a pop top? That was just, it was cool to learn about. And that's the kind of stuff right there where I say you have to leave at least your hometown and your country to learn. That's a little thing. That's not like a grand lesson in life, but I think that's a unique, it's a fond memory I will never forget. So I'm not judging that dude for not knowing how to use a sink. Not judging him at all. Legal Toast. Hey, I haven't seen you in a little bit. Welcome back. Hey, man, I hope you get to that point of personal success. Thank you. I appreciate that. Bronny, therapy is like talking to my grandma and getting her insurance from what I know or thought I knew. It's like a little reminder to keep yourself grounded. It's a different experience for everyone. Yeah, I agree. They just put my grandma just got put down a couple weeks ago and stuff. I really like talking to the elders of this world. They know a lot. I mean, I'm from a very different world than they are, but they still know so much about fundamentals. Have a good one, Daniel. I'm shooting my thing down. It's a religious pilgrimage. It takes weeks to hike. That is awesome. I've spent about 4 months on the Appalachian Trail, 2 months twice. This is heaven outside of major cities. That's awesome. Please look up town inside Washington State to move to. No, I will not move. I do not want to be somewhere with snow. That's my long-term no right there is snow. Yes, kilts, tartan, whiskey, bagpipes. Oh, the bagpipes are cool. I had a buddy who played them before. Kilts are pretty cool too. Question my existence for a minute. Brawny, put down is such a strong term, Shannon. May she rest in peace. Wow. I did use that term. I don't necessarily think that was the best term to use. My apologies. That was probably not the best term to use. However, knowing my grandma, if she heard me use that term, she would have belly laughed. No, it's okay. It's about 6 hours and 10 minutes before I got to get up. Yeah, Baronator, good night. Y'all cook tomorrow when I get on the stream. Awesome, Daniel. Yeah, I was thankful that I got to see her a few days before she passed. And then, yeah, I don't really have a close relationship with many of my family members at all, her included. Not to any fault of hers. That was my dad's mom, and I didn't meet my dad till I was 14. Yeah. It's unfortunate too because her and I were a lot alike, and she had a lot of similar humors and wits that I did. She was one of my first favorite family members to visit. Every time I saw her, she was sharp and funny. Baronator, have a good one. We'll be back tomorrow. And then I only ever met my grandmas, 2 of my grandmas. I never met my grandpas, which is fine. I feel like I've met my grandpa in my dreams, though. I met him like once when I was like 4. I said 4, 7. He died when I was 10, 9, but he lived in. Growing up, most of my family lived in different states. Like I only had 3 other family members in this state until I met my dad. So family for me is very different than family. What family means to me is very different than what family means to most people. It's a double-edged sword, though. It's good and bad. It's hard to have a family of my own one day. Have a good night, Baronator. Do I think human nature is inherently good, or do circumstances shape us more than we realize? Well, I agree. This is 2 extremely different topics for me. I'm going to address the second one first. Nope, the first one's, they're actually, that's funny. I was just thinking about the first one the other night. I'm going to address the first one. Do I think human nature is inherently good? I think that question is impossible for me personally to answer because good is subjective. And it's hard to look at good without a biased opinion of what I think is good, or what you might think is good, or somebody else might think is good. And the objective truth of what is good and what is not good, maybe say like evil, is extremely hard to know because we don't know, like, I can't say we, sorry. I don't know the creative source of this how to say internet universe. I also don't know how expanded this universe is. I don't know how many realms there are. I don't know so many things. I just don't know so many. I don't know what the truth is. I don't even know how many universes there are. I don't know what the truth of this universe really is. And to just say something's good is not, that answer could change with so many varying pieces of information. I think a lot of people perceive themselves of having good actions when in reality, that's just their perspective. Good is too biased and good is too subjective, and I don't think you can have a fair answer of what good is. And I'm not talking about a religious text like the Bible or the Quran, because they do lay it out what good and evil is. And I've read a little bit of a lot of spiritual texts. Religious texts. I'm not religious by nature, but I love to talk to people about religion in person more so. This would be a very hard way to do that. Because I love learning, right? Because I don't know. I don't know what's real and what's not. I don't know what's really out there. So it's a really hard answer. Do you think human nature is inherently good? You have to define good, and that would take a long time to define before I could answer that question. I can't even consider every word before it without knowing that. So I'm going to go ahead and answer the second one. Yeah, but I don't know what's positive or what's not. I'm going to give you an example. My wife and I were at a campground, and in the bathroom, this is one of my favorite examples, by the way. And I use this for many different topics, and I got to experience this firsthand, and it was awesome. In the bathroom that was on this, we were on a lake at a campground. We were actually on the Appalachian Trail, but passing through. But anyway, doesn't matter. In the bathroom, there was a fly, like a butterfly moth. It was probably like a moth. I don't know. Some weird fly I've never seen before. Huge, like the size of a moth. And she grabbed it. She walked out of the bathroom, and then she went, "Shannon, look, I saved it." Because it was trapped in the bathroom. She let it go. It flew, and then I think 4, 5, 6, less than 10, more than 2 seconds later, a few seconds later, a bird swooped down and ate it. So, she cried and I laughed because that's the cycle of life, and she was really hurt, and that turned into so many beautiful conversations that we had. I laughed because of the irony and because that's just life. She cried because, well, did she really save it? You know, and there's so many perspectives you could look at it. Did she save it? Because it just got killed right after. But did it get killed? I mean, yeah, but it was also a meal for the bird. But what if that meal for the bird, what if that was the meal that the bird was bringing back to its young? And so there's too many factors at play for me to even know if she did the right or wrong thing. Even she was like, I don't know if that was right or wrong. Horrible, just horrible. It's just the reality of life, though. I can't tell you if any of what she did with the saving the bug. I don't know if she saved it. Well, I mean, I know it didn't live. Yeah, and that's another thing too, and that's where her intentions were to save the bug, and that is my favorite story to talk about when I talk to somebody about intention versus outcome. Her intention was pure love. Her outcome was death. And so if we're judged in the afterlife, or I don't know how that works, you know, if there's karmic debt, karmic currency, and judgment, whatever. If we're judged, are you judged based off of your intentions, or are you judged based off of your actions? Because if she is judged in that moment based off of her intention, well, her intentions in her mind good, and if she thinks that's a good thing, then that's a good judgment. But if it's based off of her actions, well, then that's still hard to answer. They're actually both still hard to answer. There's just too many factors in this world. There's really too many factors. Because then, was he her? Imagine this: that bug is at the bottom of the food chain. It's going to die anyway. Remember earlier I said that bug could then be put into that bird, and that bird take it to that baby, the baby nest. However, what if by saving the bird, or I'm sorry, the moth from the bathroom, what if there was a spider that was going to eat the moth and then feed its young, but then it went to the bird? And then if you think about the butterfly effect, what if that spider was going to need to eat that moth to have the nutrients to feed its babies, and one of those babies was going to bite somebody who's going to do a horrendous act in the future, like terrorism or something, and that's like the butterfly effect. And so then if you look at the grand scheme of all of that, I cannot honestly, truly look at something and say if it was a good thing or a bad thing, aside from intentions. I can't tell you. This universe is too complex. This universe is way too complex for me, especially, to determine what is good and what is bad. I'm going to catch them on the chat. We all think we're good. Everyone thinks their moral compass is set the right way. I do believe most people are inherently kind. I'll tell you, hitchhiking has restored my faith in humanity a lot. We all think we're good. Everyone thinks their moral compass is set the right way. I think a lot of us have inclinations of where it might be set in the wrong ways. I know there's some things I do that I shouldn't, but I would say overall I'd agree with that. Overall, I think I have a good moral compass. Even if I'm not always pointing the right way, I think I have a good moral compass. I'd agree with that. Of course, I could be absolutely wrong, though. I've changed who I am so many times throughout this world. So do I think intention makes the difference in the grand scheme of things? I don't know, man. That's that rabbit hole we talked about earlier. Once you go so far down, you can't turn back. I don't know the answer to that. I'm not going to say yes, but I'm not going to say no. I can't give you an honest yes, and I can't give you an honest no. Do I think intentions make the difference in the grand scheme of things? I think it's probably more likely they do than actions. If I had to put money on one, I would say intentions probably outweigh actions. Because if your intention is positive, and if we're going off of there being a positive and a negative, and we're going off of there being a positive, a negative, a neutral, and then your intention is positive, whatever positive means, even though that's not really clearly defined as well, and then you're putting positive energy into the universe through your intention, and so that's probably judged in a good way, whatever good is that is also not described. It's a hard question. It's a hard question. Her intentions were to save the bug. Those were her intentions. That is, yes, I agree. Were her intent. Well, it's one layer of it. I can't quite agree, right? Because that's what she told me. But what people say and what people think are on very different planes of reality. Guys, there's so many levels on it. 10 years from now, if I have a lot of books out, you guys should read some of them. We're all connected into a massive tapestry that we don't even realize. We're all part of a much larger piece. I agree with that. That's the one thing that I've read that I could just... We're all connected into a massive tapestry that we don't even realize. Well, we're all part of a much larger picture. Yeah, I don't think anybody... I think a lot of people realize that we're in a universe that is more than we can comprehend. I think there are people, definitely a lot of people realize that. I don't think they realize the depth or the expansiveness of that, though. I think you can understand that this world is intricate, and this universe is intricate without understanding how it's intricate. I think you can understand there's more than meets the eye without knowing what it is. And I think a lot of people are in tune to that. And I think maybe a lot of people even go down the rabbit hole a little bit and they get freaked the F out, so they turn around. I don't blame them. Like I said, because the ignorance is bliss, you can only go so far in, but you can actually continuously go in. But the problem is the more far down you go, you can only stop and you can't experience things that you've experienced, And so as far down as any rabbit hole goes, not with just the universe and life, but any other category, you can only ever stop or go forward. You can never turn around and forget the hole that you've been through. So you're saying perspective makes the difference between being able to decipher if something is wrong or right. Intentions influence the action, right? Let me chew on that for a second. But so you're saying your perspective makes the difference between being able to decipher if something is wrong or right. Well, to you, the general you, your perspective. For example, and I'm not getting into politics. I am not a political person. I'm not even using it. I am not even using it as an example. I hate doing that. All right, hold on. There is a great picture that I love. Give me a second. There's a great picture that I love. It's a meme that shows that people can both have different perspectives. It's the most simple way to show it. People can both have different perspectives that are right. And they can be completely opposite. And this is where I say the universe is too intricate for me to be able to ask a lot of these questions. These questions. It's not that they're beyond my scope of comprehension. They're just beyond my scope of experience. All right. Let's say right now we played a game. And I asked you guys what number was on this board, and you said 6. 20 minutes from now, I asked what number's on this board. Somebody else said 9. 30 minutes from now, I asked, and the board is now sideways, and it's going to be neither. What number was on the board? Some of you are going to say 6, some of you are going to say 9, and you were both correct, right? Because it is 6, it is 9. The actual picture that I saw, though, right, was a guy is standing here, and a guy is standing here. They're both looking down. This guy sees a 9. This guy sees a 6, and this guy says it's a 6. This guy says it's a 9. He says, no, you're wrong. He says, no, you're wrong. They're both right from their perspective, and they're both wrong from the other person's perspective. So you're saying perspective makes the difference between being able to decipher if something is wrong or right. It's such a biased, subjective thing that I think that there are things that I could agree with that are wrong, that a lot of people would agree with. Still doesn't make them wrong, though. It still doesn't make them wrong, because I just can't guarantee. Like, I'm not God. I didn't make the universe. I'm not what's ever behind behind the metaphorical curtains or screen, plugging in the code or pulling the strings on the marionette of who we are as people. I just don't know. I just can't answer it. It's just too I agree with my perspectives on what I think are right or wrong, right? And they're changing, of course, as they do when you get older and you experience different things. But I still can't guarantee that the things that I think are right, even if 8 billion other people think it, I can't guarantee that they're right just because we all agree. A lot of people thought Hitler was right. I think now we can all agree he wasn't. Even many people back then could agree he wasn't, but millions of people thought he was. Does that mean he was right? I don't know. It doesn't. Well, I mean, and that's another thing. I don't think he was right. Obviously, good analogy. I'm assuming you meant the 6 and the 9, not the other one. Intentions influence the action, right? I think your intentions influence the action, but I think a lot of people's intentions are selfish. By the way, with the Hitler stuff, just in case that was confusing, because I am getting tired, I do not agree with well, I don't know much about it just from what I learned in school and then a little bit here and there after. But I don't think you need to learn much about it to think that that was a dark, dark period for mankind. Although I've recently found out there's some people who think it was like faked and stuff, and I'm like, I don't even get into that. That's just like, that's weird. But like, that's a good example. That one's another good example. I think all of us, the whole world, can look back on that and be like, whoa, like that's not okay. But at the time, there were people who did think it was okay, which I think is really messed up. I mean, that was such a dark period to think that that was okay, dude. I'm glad that humans have come as far as we have. We're still in some dark periods around the world, we are. And I'm excited to see it get a little bit lighter. I'm going to move on from that glim subject, though. I don't know if glim is the right word. Phenomenology, two people looking at the same thing, seeing different things based on them, both having two different life perspectives. Is that what that's called? Phenomenology? I'm writing that down. Okay. Oh, so then you might agree with the second part of the question. That circumstances shape us more than we realize. Oh, God. Way more than we realize. Way more. I'm sorry. That first one was a long one, and I thought that would be the shorter one. The second one's definitely going to be shorter. Circumstances shape us more than we realize. Not only circumstances, what I'm about to say is the reason why I don't watch TV. Part of the reason why I don't watch TV. I don't play video games. I don't have many friends, and I don't talk to many people, or I don't like anymore. Like, how do I put that? Because I obviously talk to you guys a lot. There's certain people in my past, especially through sobriety, that I absolutely had to go no contact with. In fact, I just had to cut out my father a few months ago for the same reason. But anyway, I believe that you are influenced by everything around you. Every single thing around you, whether it's media, whether it's a friend, whether you're reading something on Facebook, whether you're reading a news article, whether you're hearing somebody say something in passing, whether it's an ad on the radio, whether it is the radio, TV, the book you're reading, even the thoughts in your own mind, talking to somebody you love, somebody you hate, your neighbor, your family, a random person at the park. I think every single person or media or piece of information you interact with influences you. And I think the general rule of thumb ish, I'm still been mulling on this a lot lately, is that we are very heavily influenced creatures by everything around us. Most of us, I believe, are not aware of it, but I think some people are aware of the level of influence that a lot of us don't realize that we have against others and that others have against us. And that's why I'm extremely careful who I allow into my life, because I also believe that there's two major types of influence that are kind of fall under two big umbrellas in a sense, with obviously a lot of intricate things under them. And there's a reinforcing kind of influence and there's a contradicting tear down your belief kind of influence, right? And this type of influence is different for every single subject per person and different from where you hear it. So I think, like, for example, if I think hunting is good versus being a vegetarian, if I think hunting is good and humans should eat meat, and let's say I have a family member that I'm very fond of, and he says hunting is great, your body needs meat, it's good for you, I'm more likely to like it even more because, oh wow, this person that I look up to and I admire has these thoughts that I agree with, and I'm like, oh wow, and so it's reinforcing that idea. Now let's take a different picture. Let's say I'm the same, where I think hunting's good versus being a vegetarian. I think hunting's good and eating meat's good. Now let's say I have a family member who I greatly look up to, but they're vegetarian and I spend a lot of time with them, and because I greatly look up to them, I'll ask a lot of questions and I respect their opinion, especially if maybe I were a lot younger and they were a lot older as well and I really don't know what's going on. Let's say I respect their opinion so much that all of a sudden it's breaking down my views, and so then maybe I switch to being a vegetarian or something. Now, let's say one more example of this. Let's say I am pro hunting versus being a vegetarian, okay? Let's say I'm pro hunting and I talk to a vegetarian that I hate. Let's say it's my I don't know, a neighbor that I absolutely do not like and I argue with all the time, and she's a vegetarian or he's a vegetarian and I'm like a hunter, and they try to like spew why I should be a vegetarian, but I hate them so much that it actually reinforces my choice to not be. And so that's just one category, and that's just a few of the different ways I think influence can work, but I think it works like that. Now, pretend that person is every single thing you consume, from the media, from the books, from your phone, from people walking behind you, from everything you hear, you see, you read, you do. And then instead of the hunting, think of every single aspect of your entire life, who you are, what you think, what you believe, how you behave, what you think is appropriate to do to behave, like every single direction you have in your life, every single little thing. So, circumstances shape us more than we realize. Oh yeah, I can agree to that one. 100%. And the circumstances being every single circumstance you're in any given moment, at all given moments. And I believe if you're not conscious of it, it's very dangerous. Now, I do believe some people are more subject to influence than others. Like, I believe you can more easily influence a 7-year-old to be a vegetarian than you could a 70-year-old. But you could still influence a 7-year-old. It might just be harder. But yeah, so. What concept or belief, if proven wrong, would make you rethink your entire perspective on life? Can't answer that on camera. Yeah, just maybe one day in person, Bronny will, you never know where life takes us. Life is long, but there's some things I just can't say on camera. Or that I'm not comfortable saying on camera, I should say. Not that I can't say them, I can say them, but just, Why? The game show ends 2 hours in. We are 3 hours and 15 minutes in on the last one. We're typically doing a game show, but I always stay after to be able to talk with people. I found as I got older, we changed massively with our life experiences. I'm not the same person I was 10 years ago, and I won't be this person in 10 years. The core thing that is me might be similar. Dude, I don't even think the core of me anymore is the same. I agree with so much plastic. You're just going to continuously change. I got an F in Spanish, which is GG's. Grade check on Friday for game. Ooh, it sounds like it's not GG's. It sounds like that's BG's. Because isn't GG's good game? But Plastic. We are what we eat. We become what we consume, knowingly or unknowingly. Yeah, and I agree with that. Um, especially like we become what we consume, but not just like I'm not gonna become an M&M. Weird example. Laughing too much at this. I wouldn't mind becoming an M&M. Yeah, I would. Never mind. You make this a guilty M&M right now, plastic. I agree that you become what you consume, because if you're eating cancerous things, of course, wow, you have cancer that consumed your body. That makes sense. If you smoke nicotine, it doesn't surprise that you're gonna have a damaged body because you're consuming damage. But I know the last two things I said. I know very little about nutrition and anatomy, and in general, I know very little about them. I'm going to deep dive into them eventually. I just want to clarify, I don't know much about that stuff. But I would still probably agree with that, but I'm agreeing out of ignorance with the first part of we are what we eat. But we become what we consume. I'd agree with at a mental level, because like I said earlier, with everything that you consume mentally, whether it be TV, a book, even a conversation, like even this, I would agree that you are influenced by it. You know, like I like you guys a lot, and I assume you like me if you're still here, and so we're influencing each other in a positive way. Good deal, Shannon. I'm a thinker, so I influence people to think. Yeah, Brian, I know you're a thinker. Yeah, we've had a lot of thinkers in staying after and talking, and I love it. That's what I thought you meant with consume plastic. A lot of people think it's just food, but you have to be careful with what you consume. But I'm so concerned about with what I consume mentally that I would almost say it's an unhealthy level, but that's only because of the norms of society. I think it's very healthy that I like to live under a rock. I think it's very healthy. Wyatt, I think you need to have a sit down with your mom and just have a heart to heart with your mom and tell her what you told us. I think you just need to have a heart to heart and be like, hey, this football game is really important. This class is really important, and I'm getting treated unfairly. And I think, especially your mom being a teacher, I would hope that she would have the compassion to help you maybe move classes or schools or just be in a better situation. But I think you just need to be completely honest with your mom. Even going in there, be like, yeah, I did fail. And either maybe it was your fault, maybe it wasn't, or maybe you're getting bullied by the teacher, maybe there were unfair circumstances, maybe there's a combination of all of them. I obviously don't know all the details, but I think you should just sit down with your mom and have a good heart to heart and just show her that you're taking the initiative to improve your life in whatever way will help your current situation, so you can either go to the football game or raise that F or do something like that. Plastic. I think you'd like psychology. I have a diploma in psychology, and I think you'd enjoy studying all the various aspects like nature, nurture, the effects of genetic markers. I think you'd really enjoy it. I do. I love psychology. I'll never go to college. I've never been to college. I went to college for an hour. If I ever went, it would be for psychology. I learn a little bit about psychology from secondhand self-help books. So I read I don't know what a lot is relatively, but I read at 12 to 16 books a year. I finish. I read a lot more than that, but I don't always finish them because they're not always captivating. I love psychology. I love neuroscience. I love these things. I'm just in a tricky situation right now because I'm trying to financially get in a better situation. However, those are my favorite things to learn about is like psychology and just how the human psyche works. Like right now, I'm reading a series. I've been reading it on and off for 6 months. I love this author, Peter Hollins. He has a 16, I think he just came out with the 17th book. He has a 16 or 17 book series on discipline. And like he talks a lot about the psychology of how to actually discipline the mind and how why some things work and some things don't. Um, I think I'm on the fifth book, but after this one, I'll technically have read six because the sixth book is the one I read first. I started reading the whole series like December, I think. I read a lot of other books too. That's a lot. That's a lot to take in at once. But yeah, I do love self-help books are really good, and self-taught is one place to go. I agree. Self-taught is if you have a desire and a passion for something, you'll get a lot farther. You get a lot farther. Yeah, uh, I love to learn things. Um, I don't watch TV for the influence reasons, but I also like right now I've been expanding. I know how much you guys love Blurt, so I bought this dictionary from a thrift store. This thing is 1,597 pages long, and I've been skimming it over the last 2 weeks, on and off. No, not really, just mostly on. Meaning like a little bit every day. I've been skimming it for nouns. I've pulled over 700 to expand Blurt. I'm on page 1254 out of 1600. I actually need to kind of have it done by tomorrow or the day after. But and I love it. Like sometimes it's a drag to sit down and do it, but then I start doing it and it's just like so exciting. I even like have my stopwatch timing me to see how long it would take. I actually have it pulled up here because I'm just kind of nerdy with my stuff. I have spent 22 hours, 31 minutes, and 37 seconds reading the dictionary. Skimming it, I should say. Skimming it. Yeah, if you have, what are your favorites? Plastic Fantastic in the category of psychology. Like, I love when books are written by a psychologist. A self-help book written by a psychologist. Those are my favorite. I don't read nonfiction, or I'm sorry, I do read nonfiction. I don't read fiction. I can count on one hand every single fiction book I've read since I have been an adult, but I could not even kind of tell you how many nonfiction books I've read. I don't like fiction. Well, it's not that I don't like it. I just need it. I want to get to where I'm going in life, so I don't read them. Yeah, mainstream media is not. I don't know. I don't want to get into my opinions on that, but I haven't regularly sat down for TV in about 7 years. I think I watched one show in the last 7 years to completion with my wife. That was it. Other than that, I don't watch TV. I stopped it 7 years ago. Almost 8. Wyatt, you should really sit down with your mom. Maybe consider other options if you can. I don't know. Just talk to your mom. She's a teacher. Hopefully, she'll be able to have a good solution. Yo, Tyler, welcome back. I'm gonna catch up with the chats real quick. Oh no, I'm not. I'm separated from my wife. I was married, but I separated from her. In what situations do you feel your sense of self-worth is challenged? And how do you cope? Being we are recovering individuals, I ask from a healing perspective. Don't have to answer if comfortable, if uncomfortable. Oh, I'll answer that. That's a fine one. Wow. In what situations do I feel like my self-worth is challenged? There's only oh, sorry, family friendly. There's very few. I'll tell you one. Women are on, I heard a phrase like this before and it makes sense in my mind to a degree. meaning it doesn't in others, but it does in some degrees. Women are on a kind of a biological clock where it doesn't really matter if they want to have kids or if they don't want to have kids. The truth is, at some point in their life, they can't have kids naturally. We're just talking naturally. And so a lot of them have to make up the decision, many decisions before that time, either consciously or subconsciously. And yes, I'm talking about women, not men right now. A lot of them have to make up the decision of if they want to have kids or if they don't. Sometimes they do it consciously, sometimes they do it unconsciously. Let's say that they do. Well, now they have to find a partner. We're going to say like a man. Obviously, I know there's so many situations like adoption and all that. That's not what I'm talking about, though, because that's the minority of the majority of how it normally works. And I do plan on adopting. Well, we'll see. I would say that. I'll get into it. Sorry. So women are on a biological clock, right? But on the same time, like not all of them. There are accidents that happen. But a lot of people want to choose the partner, their partner, who somebody will be a good partner and it'd be a good parent and be a good teammate for life and like be a good support for the family, whether it's fully half court or like whatever, like just a good team player for whatever dynamic works for that family. And on the other side, because in America we are in a how I perceive that this country works is that guys are kind of on a financial clock in a sense, where like women kind of have to make the decision of if they do or don't want kids. And if they do want them, a lot of them want them naturally, understandably. So do men. A lot of men want them naturally, understandably. I would like natural and at least one adopted. If I get there, we'll see, right? But anyway, so women are kind of on a biological clock where men are kind of on a financial clock in a sense, because if I have this woman that I love who wants kids, but I'm doing this and it's not making a lot of money, and she's looking and she's like, man, you have everything except the security. I'm actually going through that right now. I'm just gonna be full transparency in a certain way, comment almost exactly like that. You know, at some point, if this takes me another 15 years for this to be able to make enough money for me to fully be able to support a family, her biological clock ran out. I can't ask her to wait another 15 years for a maybe, you know? And so imagine 5 years from now, I still won't have it. Well, if she really wants kids, she's going to have to move on. And find somebody who is more on her timeline now. Because for me, I know I want kids and I know I want a family, but I know I have to do this first. I have to take care of myself first before I am emotionally, spiritually, and even financially ready to take care of a partner and kids and a property. I have to achieve my dreams to a certain level, not all the way, to a certain level, before I can take on that responsibility. So, to answer your questions, in what situations do I feel your sense of self-worth is challenged? It's the one I'm in right now. Because can I beat that clock? Because if I don't beat the clock, I might not have a family and I might not have kids one day. And those are my personal goals, like my books and just my books and my games and my personal freedom that I'm trying to get from everything I'm doing right now is my number one goal. And I have to achieve it before my number 2 goal, which is I want a wife, and my number 3 goal, which is I want kids. And if I skip this goal, here's why I won't skip it. If I skip this and I just settle for something and just to be able to afford the wife and the kids, and I'm doing a job I hate and I'm away from home most of the time at a job I hate, coming home stressed, I'm not going to be able to be the man that I need to be to take care of myself, my mental health, my emotional needs, my spiritual needs, let alone the ones of my partners, the ones of however many kids I have, the responsibilities we build on the property. And so I know on a very personal level that this right now, what I'm doing, the journey I'm on, is the most important thing in my life right now because of my deep desire to take care of myself, my wife, and my kids, and they will come second. Not like in the grand scheme of things, like if they're next to me and I have it all, I'm going to choose this first. Meaning, like, once this is realized, once this is achieved, that's when the door opens for me to have a wife. And then the door opens for me to have kids. And so if I fail, or at least, and I'm not going to fail, like I said, I'm doing this until the day I die. I know I'm going to be successful doing this. I know I'm not going to quit. I know I'm going to go. I know I'm going to get what I want. The situation that makes me challenge my self-worth is if I can do it in time. That is the situation that makes me challenge my self-worth. So, because if I don't do it in time, then I lose out on my second, my third biggest dream. All right. So how do I cope with that revelation? I don't watch TV. It's a very simple answer. I don't watch TV. I quit playing video games 2 years ago. I have almost no friends that I talk to anymore. I still have a few close friends I'll see once in a while. I have very few friends. I talk to very few people. I do very, 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 very few things that are not sitting at this table or my other office set up behind you guys working. I 7 days a week. I have almost no influences going into me. There are distractions. I'm learning about psychology and discipline all the time because there is nothing more important to me in my life right now than making this come true. So that way I can have my other dreams come true. So it's not that I'm coping with it. It's that I'm removing every single distraction that I possibly can. So I have nothing to do but to sit down right here and make it come true. That's how I'm dealing with it. I'm not coping with it. I'm just... Well, I guess that's a type of coping with it. I don't know. Coping with it's weird, right? Because I'm living it right now. I have yet to succeed or fail at it. And so every single second of my life, minute of my life, every single moment, every single decision I do, everything I own is either helping me or hindering me from achieving my goals. Every single action that I take is bringing me closer to my goals or pushing me further away. If you guys looked at all my personal belongings, I own almost nothing that isn't work related. I threw a dead relative in the trash the other day because I wanted to stop staring at the reminder of that. That was also a very dark scenario and story that happened that I cannot get into on here. But like that was one of the hardest things that I had to get rid of, is I've also been detaching from, I say through a dead relative, it was an urn. That sounded horrible. I know that sounds ruthless, but I have been detaching from everything sentimental that I've ever gathered in my life, and I'm detaching from every person and relationship I have that is holding me down than making me the person I need to become to achieve my dreams. I've gotten rid of everything. I'm getting rid of. This is a process. This is a journey, and this is a process, and I'm battling it all the time. So how do I cope with that? It's a developing thing. It's a developing thing constantly. I'm reading about it. I'm just removing things. I'm just going. I'm just learning. I'm just failing, and I'm just trying my hardest not to waste a moment of my life. Trying my hardest not to waste a moment of my life to try to just... I need my dreams to come true 7 days a week. There is no day off. I love doing this. There's no day off. If I want to go do something, I do it. There's nothing. The only thing I do to relax at this point, and I will admit, I have slip-ups with YouTube, and it's insanely hard sometimes, because sometimes when I go to make a post for you guys, which I'm going to start doing on my laptop. I thought of that today. I hate the distractions because it opens up on shorts. Oh, doom scroll right there. It's like, dang it, dude, that 20 minutes could have been several pages in this dictionary. That 20 minutes, I'm not even going to remember. But the words I extracted from here are going in a couple different games and a book and on this show, and this is way more valuable. And sorry, guys, I'm really passionate about achieving everything I want in this life. Whew. How do I recognize and manage cognitive biases in my decision-making process? That I'm going to have to skip on that one because I would not be able to give you an honest answer over a stream. I just wouldn't be able to give you an honest answer. So I'm going to have to just not answer it. Sorry. I mean, I can give somebody an honest answer, but I don't want it recorded and stuff. So. Plastic, fantastic. You will manifest it, Shane. Keep telling the universe you want it and make everything be about it. Thank you, Plastic. One of the few things I love to do, and once we get off the chat, there's a lake a block and a half away from where I'm staying. I love to go there stand on the dock and just stare at the vastness of it, of the sky. Not a very big lake, but it still does the trick. And I love to just talk to the universe in a sense, you know? Hey, you're at 500 subs. When I found you, you were at 300. Oh wow, awesome! Wyatt, that's a lot. Yeah, we've gone from 300 to 552 in like less than 2 months, which has been fun. Why? What does that do? I don't know what you're talking about. Plastic. You have purpose. I know people 3 times your age who still haven't found their passion. I've been lucky in a lot of ways, but also the perspective of luck. I appreciate that. Some people never find it, and I know, but some people aren't looking, not in the right places, but wrong places. Some people just aren't looking. I started working at the age of 9, and I've tried so many different things. Like, you guys know I can balloon. You guys have seen even a lot of different things I can do here. Like, I can do balloon art and stuff. I can make a lot of games, and like, I guess you guys haven't seen too many things. Like, I can juggle. Like, I've tried so many different things because my perspective is I'd rather try something. You just can't know unless you try things, right? And how are you going to find your passion working the same job for 40 years? I don't think you are. Unless the job for 40 years is your passion. That's awesome. But if you don't know what you want to do, you better not stay at the same job your whole life. I would take a pay cut just to explore. I would take a pay cut at a job I hate to go to a job I hate twice as more, take half the money just to be like, oh, I hate that too, and then go again. You just got to keep going, keep failing. That's the thing. Is that really a fail? If I work at a gas station and I hate the gas station, and so I quit, is that a failure? Or did I learn that I hate working at a gas station? Which I'll have you know I managed one and I loved it. That was just an example. Ronnie, different question. How do you differentiate between intuition and anxiety when making decisions? That's a lot of... Also, I'm sorry that I cannot answer that question honestly on stream. I can answer that question. I cannot answer it. There are things I would not want to say on stream, and so therefore I don't want to answer it because I wouldn't be able to honestly, so I'm going to have to pass. I am an open book. I promise. If you guys ever met me in person, we could sit on a dock fishing all night long for 12 hours talking about anything you wanted to in life. There's just some things I don't want to talk about on, especially not face to face, that I don't like. I want to hear your guys' opinions way more than I've been talking. And so there's some questions I think are not only better in person, but impossible if it's not. It's a good question though. It's a good question. Why you got so close to being monetized, but had to stop for reasons. Got busy. I have another channel, 1,000 subs, 3,800 watch hours. How do I plan to make money on YouTube? Well, step 1 was 500 subscribers, which I had it, or I have it. I don't know why. That's a hard one. Because I'm at 552 subscribers. I'm at like around 1,000 hours of watch time. So I'll make some money when I get monetized, probably sometime this fall. I hope to build up. Well, I hope to be doing this for a while. I mean, I've gotten some sales on my book, which is what I want to do. Is I want to write books for a living. I'm building up I'm building up a community. You know, I don't know what's going to happen with the community. You know, but if people want to buy my book, awesome. If people just want to hang out and let me learn from them, and vice versa in life, that's awesome too. Um, I don't know. There's ways. I mean, you can make good money from just the ads on YouTube, but I'm so new into this journey that I mean, I have plans and I have ideas. Doesn't mean they're gonna work out, right? But I mean, you guys have been here long enough where, like, sure, I mentioned the hall of support here and there, typically when somebody mentions it or somebody asks or something like that. But money is not really a big priority in my life. I mean, it is because I've been very ignorant and arrogant in not prioritizing it nearly as much as I should. Like I screw myself over in that category a lot. I really do. Um, just because I'm trying to be careful. I was greedy when I was a teenager, and it took me so long to get out of that. You know, and so like it took me so long to start to enjoy being a giving person, and now I love it, but almost too much. Like I own so many things. Like when I was getting rid of a lot of my stuff, I gave a lot of it away to friends, and I continuously to give stuff away from friends. I actually have something I'm giving away to a friend soon. That after I said it, I had a plan change where I could have used it, and I'm like, well, I already said it, so they can still have it. And I don't know, man. I'm gonna keep doing what I love, and I'm gonna hope that I keep providing value to people, and I'm gonna hope it works out. I mean, I have other plans in detail, but I'm too early on the journey, Wyatt, to be able to give a good answer. You know, I'm just doing what I love. So sorry if that's not a good answer, but I don't have really a good one. Intuition you run towards, anxiety you run from. Depends. Depends on your anxiety. Oh, I wish I could answer that one. There's some forms of PTSD that are triggered that cause anxiety that make you run towards them as well. I don't know, that's weird. I'm not even gonna get into that because I can't go into full detail. Sorry. You gain more from learning what you don't want in life than knowing what you do want. Yes, I agree. Out of all the states that I've been into, all the countries, I can give you a list of the places I don't want to live, but I can't really give you a big list of the places I would like to live. You definitely learn more about what you don't like in life than what you do like. There is troves of stuff, the things everybody doesn't like or doesn't want to, or places they don't want to go, or people they don't want to become. But to find what you really vibe with, as those youngsters like to say, that's hard. And that only comes with experience. They both only come with experience. Bronny, hopefully we meet in person. Oh man, these reactions get in my way sometimes from reading. Sorry, guys. That's why sometimes I put a dot in the chat. I do it for the game, but I also do it sometimes so I can read. Hopefully we meet in person one day. I'm sure we would have fun, some interesting conversations. I bet we would. I bet we would. I bet we would. I bet we would. Hopefully we do. Hopefully we do. I bet we would have a lot of fun conversations. That's what I'm saying. One day we're building a community, guys, and one day I think it'd be really awesome to have you guys all in the a few hours in the day. We're recording a nice game show, and then at night, hopefully one day we're just on my property, hanging out around a campfire, playing even more games, talking, getting to know each other, finally meeting face to face. You know, we're just got a lot of dreams. I got a lot of dreams. Thank you guys for being a part of it. Being vulnerable is terrifying, but necessary for real connection. I try to push myself to be open, but it can feel risky, especially if one has been hurt in the past. I agree with that so much. Being vulnerable is terrifying. I agree, but it is necessary for real connection. It's almost like your vulnerability is a currency for connection, But if that currency is given to the wrong person, that trust can be even broken. Yeah, it's emotions and you're like who you are and like your experiences are like a currency. Your vulnerabilities are a currency in a sense to connection. But like in this world where people take money and use it for greed, so do some people with vulnerability. And so I agree with the trust thing because it does lead to risk. And if you are hurt in the past, like we both have been in our various ways, it's not that you're more greedy with your currency of your life and your currency of your soul and your currency of who you are deep down under this mask. You're just a little bit more cautious about giving it out. And a little bit more cautious is to a varying degree on every category in your life and between every person. I agree. That's why there's some things I won't ever say on screen. Don't forget about us when you make it big. Wyatt, I don't think Wyatt, what do you mean when I make it big? What do you mean when me and the 179 people in the Hall of Fame make it big? This is a community, brother. Well, I would be nothing without all of you guys. I'd be nothing. So thank you guys. Richard, hey guys, had a mad day, so I'm here to say hi. What does a mad day mean? Like a bad day? I'm so sorry. It doesn't sound like a mad or bad would be good. I'm sorry, Richard. We are doing a stream tomorrow. We've been talking a while for this one. I think we are almost 2 hours over again. How do you make it in the Hall of Fame? Wyatt, you're already in the Hall. You just earned 1 point on the game show. Wyatt, you're number 121 on the Hall of Fame. Earning 1 point on the game show makes you in the Hall of Fame. Earning the most points in one stream gets you in the Hall of Champions, and then, yeah. Richard, I'm glad you popped in. I'm going to catch up with the comments from where I left off. Ronnie, therapy helped me with a lot. Getting to know more of who I am instead of who I want people to think I am. Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Like who this mask is and then who your perception of yourself. And like, there's a quote that I made and someone can steal it. That's fine. I was going to put it in one of my books, but I love, and it doesn't really matter if I came up with it or not. I did, but I don't care about it, about having credit. I love who I'm becoming. I've been saying this for years. I love who I've become. I love who I am becoming. I will never become who I am. Meaning, I love the direction I'm going in life, but if I stopped growing right now, I'd be disappointed. I love where I'm going, but I will never stop going there, and there's no end to where I'm going. So I love who I'm becoming, but I will never become who I am, meaning I'm always on a pursuit of being a better version of myself. Of course, that is a perception of myself, but plastic fantastic. Trust your gut instinct. We've all got that little psychic gift. Learn to listen to it. Yeah, monitor what goes on inside your head. A bit of a bad day, mate. Sprained his neck skating, so being in the hospital most of the evening. Oh my God, Richard. Oh, Richard, that's a rough day, dude. I'm surprised you even popped in here. Oh, dude, a neck sprain that's. I hope your buddy is able to recover. Hey, crazy vlogs, we're just hanging out. Oh, hi, bye. Sorry, Richard, I don't know what to say to that. I hope he's able to recover. Glad you've been there for him, though. That's really cool. Ronnie, I used to take criticism very personally, but I've learned to separate constructive feedback from personal attacks. It's still hard not to get defensive, though. Ooh, this is a fun one. By the way, Plastic with the trust your gut instinct. I agree. You had a very, 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 very good comment. And if to add on to your last comment, plastic, I'd say monitor the thoughts that go inside your head. You can expand your mind a lot that way. So I was a little, part of the reason I was a little late today. I was meditating till like 6 a.m. by accident. How old were you when you had a wife 7 years ago? I did not. I had a wife. I got married in 2021. I left her December of last year. So I was 24 when I got married. Anyway, it was not 7 years ago. I started making games 7 years ago. All right, hold on. Brawny. Wait, real quick, Brawny. I'm gonna get to your comment in a second. Richard, I just got back home. He's staying in the hospital. He should be okay. Just needs to rest up and take it easy for a while. Okay, good, Richard. I'm glad to. Okay, I'm glad to hear he's gonna recover from that. Sorry, I usually go from top bottom, but. I'm glad to hear your friend's going to recover. That's really good. All right, Bronny, you take criticism very personally, but I've learned to separate constructive feedback from personal attacks. It's still hard not to get defensive, though. Whew. I might. Oh. This is a fun one for me, and I very rarely say it, so that's why I'm kind of like tricky. I take very little feedback from a lot of people from a lot of things. I do. Like, I take a lot of feedback, but I don't take a lot of... It's really tricky with me in taking an opinion from somebody. Feedback is different. I should say feedback is different. I don't know. When somebody says something, it could be feedback, an opinion, something they don't like, positive. And there's so many labels that you can give the same thing being said to you. Anyway, I typically don't... Man, this is a tricky one. In the sense of taking advice from somebody, I take feedback from people, but in the sense of taking advice from somebody, I typically don't take advice from somebody. And this is per person and different per person and different per category per person. If somebody's giving me advice on a subject that, like, if I'm trying to accomplish something in my life and somebody else is giving me advice on that, if they haven't done what I'm trying to do, and they haven't even, or they're not trying to do it, it's very hard for me to even consider their advice. For example, if somebody wants to give me business advice, but they've never even ran a business, that's really tricky, because it's like, well, they still have a valid, they can still, not definitely, they can still have a valid perspective and experience from the customer or client side, but they definitely don't understand all the intricacies and the delicate things to handle from the business side. And so that's one area. But then also I've realized, and this took me so long to realize, to not take advice from people. And like everybody I know who I take advice from, I will in some categories, and I absolutely will not in other categories. I've had a few people tell me to get a job in the last few years. They're like, well, have you considered getting a job? And I'm like, well, you're looking at my life right now. I'm looking at my life 50 years from now. And we're not looking at and people who've continuously told me to get a job have never tried to work for themselves. Like, I'm on my 4th business or something right now. My 4th business. Yeah. And so the people telling me to get a job don't understand what I'm trying to do because they've never tried to do it. And that's okay. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying anything negative. I'm saying we took different paths. I know the path I've taken that path. I don't like where it leads. So I'm taking this path, and they're trying to give me advice when they're on this path. I've been on both paths. They've only been on this path. I'm not going to listen to your words from over here when I'm over here and you've never even been over here. I'm just not. Now, that same person could give me relationship advice. Oh, you've had successful relationships. Maybe I haven't. Okay, I would take your advice. Or, oh, you're really jacked. I'm really fat. Okay, I'll listen to you. So I don't look at one person with full 100%, I will take all of your advice, or even 100%, I will not take your advice. Every single piece of advice coming from that person, I have to see who that person is in that category. So I have split everything in my mind into like really like down to it's very specific organizational levels and stuff. Oh, I used to take criticism very personally. Yeah. That put me on a tangent. Sorry. That definitely put me on a tangent because yeah. I agree. I used to take it personally until I realized. So I had one more point to say. I used to take it personally until I realized that I'm not only am I taking it personally, I'm taking it from people whose opinions don't matter on the subject. And when I say don't matter on the subject, I truly mean it. For certain things. My favorite example of this is when we're going to say an Olympic athlete, for example, is on the stage in front of millions of people around the world, and they make a mistake, and they've spent the last 10 years of their life training for this gold medal, this whatever, however long of their life, and they make a mistake, and there's people at home who can't even do a push-up, who haven't gone to the gym in decades, if ever, who have never even tried this sport. They'll be behind the TV looking at this monster of a human, like just absolute just legend of a human, not monster, legend of a human, make one mistake that got them maybe silver instead of gold. And the person who's never even tried would be like, wow, I can't believe they messed that up. And those same type of people could run into that person in the wild and try to give them advice. And you really have to know the place of where you are and where you're going and the place of where somebody else is trying to give you advice. And you have to validify the source of the advice. You have to verify the source of the advice before you even consider if you even allow it into your mind to influence you. That's another level of influence as well. That's why I talk to very few people. Another thing is, there was somebody recently in my life, who I'm not going to say their name, who said that I wasn't working. And I hear this a lot. I hear it so many times over the last several years that I don't work, which is really funny. I do find it really, really funny because they said something, I don't want to go into specifics, about how I don't work. And in that period of me not working, I was publishing my first book. I worked on this every day, 7 days a week for 3 months. 6 days a week. Eventually turned into 7 because I realized I missed my deadline and I had to scramble. Anyway, once the book was published, they were like, and this was in a few months span. Once the book was published, they wanted a copy. And so I gave them a copy, and it's like, okay, but now you do understand that, like, your perspective of me not working is I'm on my computer writing a book. Nobody is paying me to write this book until it's done and somebody buys it. This is what it means to work for myself. Nobody is paying me to write this. And I don't even, this is the real gamble, is I didn't know until the moment this was published if this would even make me a penny. And I still put 3 months into it. I didn't know until the moment it was published. And that's another gamble you take working for yourself. And that's why people like that who are like, he's not working, he needs to get a job. You're not working, you need to get a job. Don't be with that guy, he doesn't have a job. Okay. I don't have a job. I have a passion, I have a career, I have a business, I have a company, I have something grand that I'm building. And I'm not going to get paid for it for a while, and I still might go years before I really see an enjoying amount of money from it. I might not have a job. One day I'm going to have an empire. I'm going to have a company. I'm going to have, I can't remember the word, but unless I die, I am going to be huge in certain areas that I will not give up on, and games is one of them. So, I heard a quote once, small minds cause the biggest opposition. And so I don't have a small mind when it comes to my goals, but people who look at it from the outside and they don't see the hours and the days, the weeks and the years that I'm staring at my laptop grinding or at a book or writing, they don't see that. They don't see it and they won't see it. And I can't ask them to see it. And I don't need to sit there and justify it, but they'll give me their opinion on it. And I have to consciously decide that their opinion does not matter for my goals in my life, especially because if I did let their opinion matter, they could come in, say one thing, it could ruin everything I've built up, and then they walk away and they never even think about it again. Whereas my life was followed in the wrong direction because I listened to some person's advice who has no clue the thousands of hours I've put into this before I saw a penny. Thousands of hours before I saw one penny. Oh, I get passionate. I get passionate about so many different things in life. Ooh, I got stuck on that one a while. Sorry, guys. I get really passionate about just the rawness that life can really be if you just go after it. Journaling and setting boundaries have been key for me. I also try to check in with myself regularly to see how I'm feeling and adjust accordingly. That's awesome. I love journaling. I journal. I dream journal in the morning, and then I like to. I have a lot of different types of journals. That's really awesome. Journaling, I think, is really one of the best things you can do to learn yourself and your mind and who you are deep down. What's the topic of conversation today? I don't think I need to answer it now. I think you came in right before I just went in this little whole thing. We're just kind of going all over, you know? Wyatt, bro, I've always pictured you as a bachelor who eats steaks every day and does this for fun before the stream. Wait, you've always pictured me as a bachelor who eats steaks every day and does this for fun before the stream? What do you mean this? Does what? I don't have the money for steak every day. I think 10 to 20% of my diet is chocolate, and I think that's the same reason why I have to work out many times a day is because I eat so much chocolate. I love chocolate, and that's something that one addiction at a time, right? That'll come eventually. That'll be like off out of my diet eventually, but I only do one thing at a time. And I'm not gonna lie, I chose chocolate to do last. Unfortunately, I love chocolate. There are lots of topics, Richard. Chime in and discuss what's on your mind. Great dialogue we're having here. Thank you, Ronnie, for all the input you guys have given me, the prompts. I love hearing about your guys' perspectives too. This is just so fun. I really enjoy this. I can't wait till we're all one day sitting around a campfire doing this. Plastic, for what it's worth, if I were you, I'd keep a diary or a journal. It's very therapeutic and empowering to read back your own thoughts. That also helps you keep you focused. Yeah, I've got, like I said, I have several types. I have a dream journal. I have a normal journal. I actually have multiple different types of journals depending on what I'm working on. I even have pocket journals. They're little composition notebooks the size of literally this big that can stay in your pocket, that the length is smaller than that of a pencil. Do I have one? I mean, I have 10, but I think I'd have to dig kind of far back for it, unless I have one right here. Either way, I usually have one on me. When I'm out and about, I usually have one on me if I don't have my phone. Some things are too personal that I don't want to put on my phone. Richard, life is a challenge no matter what you're doing, whether it's doing a new job or trying to do daily tasks, but it's how you choose to motivate yourself and take up new challenges and learn from mistakes. Dude, I agree. And motivations can be kind of hard, you know? Which I learned that motivation is kind of like an emotion, and it dries up, and motivation is an emotion that dries up, but discipline is actually what's going to get you. Motivation might get you started, but discipline will get you finished. And so once I changed my perspective on motivation. I need to do something whether I feel motivated or not to do it. That's where the discipline comes in, and that's where me removing all my distractions comes in. And there's the background effect where things, when you look at something so much, it becomes in the background. I'm sorry, that's actually not what I meant. There's the default effect where the easiest thing, humans typically do the easiest thing And so that's called the default effect. So what's easier for me to do? Scroll on my phone on social media? Like I can grab, I'm on YouTube Shorts for hours. What's easier, that or opening like my two screens, my laptop, my couple documents, opening the dictionary, looking down and skimming it like I've been doing for the last 2 weeks? What's easier? The YouTube, hands on a hand, default. It's right here. And you know what else is easier? If I have a TV, it's way easier to turn on the TV and watch TV than it is to read this book that I have to read. And that's why by removing every distraction that you can get a lot closer to realizing your dreams, you know? So I'm just kind of in a lonely period of my life right now, and I'm okay with that. I'm going to stay here until my dreams come true. And then I'll expand back out into the world a little bit. But for now, I saw a lot of it, and I know a lot of who I am and where I'm going. And so now I'm going back under my rock, or kind of like I don't know, cocoon, like a caterpillar in a cocoon, you know, kind of in that stage right now. Ooh, acknowledging your regrets is important, but I try not to dwell on them and focus on what I've learned from those experiences rather than the mistakes themselves. That's good, Brownie. I like that a lot. I like that. It's a journey to success that keeps you going. People fail and give up, but some will keep you pushing no matter what. And I know you'll be successful in the end. Thank you, Richard. I agree. Hey, MNH, welcome. That's an amazing. You can do it. And chocolate is my weakness too. Yeah, we've just kind of been hanging out. We're like 2 hours past when the stream normally ends, but I like to hang out a little bit after the last time, you know? We're just kind of hanging out and talking. Richard, I would like to set up my own business in industrial cleaning. Done it for 10 years. It's cool because after 10 years, you're probably in like a nice flow state, you know, where like you know what you're doing, and so it'd be a little bit more, or a little bit less painful that far into it. I think you'd have a lot of advantages that somebody wouldn't have if they were new. That's really cool. I like seeing other people with aspirations. Plastic, fantastic. Gentlemen, it's tomorrow here already. It's very late and I must sleep. As always, thank you for the chat. I very much enjoy it. Good night, all, and God bless. Plastic, fantastic. Thank you for great conversations. Have a great night. It's been really enjoyable. I need to get off eventually too because I still have to read. Oh yeah, it's 12:10. Yeah, I still have a lot I need to read, and I would like it done in the next day or two. Thank you, Plastic. This has been a really fun one, guys. We stayed on so much longer than we typically do. Kind of. Sometimes we're going an hour, 2 hours or over. I think the first time I ever stayed an hour over, Ref Wolf named 300 or 400 types of bears. This time we talked about a lot deeper topics. Guys, this has been really fun. I really probably should also get off as well. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for all the insights that you've shared. Thanks for listening to me talk too. I love to talk. I know sometimes I can get really passionate about some of the things that I talk about. But I enjoy that aspect of life. I deeply enjoy passion. I do. In a very passionate certain ways. And thank you guys for bringing it out of me because you guys really motivate me. You guys have helped me build such an awesome community, and I appreciate you guys so much. I would not be here if it weren't for you guys, and you guys keep me coming back. I get so excited to turn on that phone, play a game night, see you guys compete. This was a fun edition. I admit it was slow, but we'll figure that out. Yeah, they were great convos. Bronny, I agree. Sometime we'll hopefully be able to sit down in real life and have a good conversation. Richard, I hope your buddy has a good healing, and if I ever see you, if I'm ever in UK, I will see you. I'll take you up on that couch surf. Guys, this has been a really good one. Richard, thank you for popping in and saying hi, man. I know you've probably had a really stressful, cumbersome day with emotions. M&H, you built something wonderful here. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad you're a part of it. Have a good night. Hey, Richard, that's no problem. There's nothing to be sorry about. I stream almost every day. There's no way you guys can join every single one. You guys have lives to live and things come up, but I'm here. I'm here when you want something to do and some fun to have, you know? Glad to have got your shells turning, and I hope we meet soon. I may take a trip up there one day. Love traveling, so we'll see. Awesome, Bronny. I also love traveling, so I hitchhike a lot all over the country, you know? I also love to travel. I'm in a pretty big grind stage right now, but my next stage of life hopefully will have a lot more travel than this. Now, can we get 2 streams tomorrow, sir? Oh, that's a tricky one. Oh, I can guarantee you one. I'll play the second one by ear. I'm not going to promise yes, and I'm not going to promise no. I'm not going to promise yes or no. I'm so close to being done with the dictionary, and I really need to finish it. And thank you. I don't want to disappoint, so I'm not going to say yes. We'll play it by ear. We'll play it. We'll play it by ear. We'll play it by ear. I'm for sure not going to say no. I'm for sure not going to say no. I'm not going to say yes just because I do need to see how the morning goes for me. I need to see how the rest of tonight goes and the morning goes. I need to see how far I get in here because I'm supposed to have it done by tomorrow for my deadline, and I don't think I cracked it open today at all, which was the only day I got behind. But then that means I got several hours behind, so it's a maybe. One stream with a 3-hour conversation at the end will do. Rapid fire, I need my high score back. Oh, man. Richard, you missed. We added, what the heck is this called? Connect 4. Sorry, guys, I'm really tired. We added Connect 4. Every time you got a point, you got to put a chip here in a column. When somebody got 4 in a row, I cleared the board, and then they got a bonus point. And I started numbering everybody based on when they entered the board. So Bronny was the first one to the board, so he was number 1. So this was super cool. So then I put a chip with the 1 on there. Yeah, that was cool. You'll see it another time. You'll see it another time. That's funny. You just said what was with the Connect 4. I didn't even read it. I just started explaining. Yes, guys, we'll pick up another night. We'll pick up another night. Yeah, the Connect 4 was super fun, though. The Connect 4 was super fun. Guys, I really do got to get off. It's been really fun. Getting tired, and I've got to get some rest. I'll be back on tomorrow about 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, so it's 12 o'clock for me. So about 17 hours will be the first stream. I might do 2. We'll see. We'll see. Try to work really hard tonight and in the morning so that way I can justify doing the second stream time-wise, you know? So I still have to make sure I'm on time with my goals. Connect 4 was fun and it was time-consuming. I definitely know ways it can be significantly faster. I know a couple ways I can make it a lot faster. However, they cost, that won't be implemented yet. So, guys, this has been really fun. This was a 4-hour, 14-minute stream. First 2 were games. First 2 hours were games. Last 2 hours were talking and hanging out, and it's been super fun. I know, Richard, it's kind of funny how the world works, isn't it? Crazy you talked about that without seeing much. Hey, I talked about it, looked over, and then saw. Yeah, it's funny. It's a weird world we live in, isn't it? If you look up the definition of weird, too, it's also a fun definition. You guys have a good one. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys for all the good conversations. Richard, I really hope your friend has a good recovery. Have a good night, guys. Thank you so much again.